Right, good morning, everybody. I will read the council prayer. We ask that through council's discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District Council with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an apology from Councillor Court, who is online with us, but she has COVID in her home and is not able to attend in person, so she will be online. And we have Del and Belinda with us. I also, we have a deputation coming in at 11 o'clock from North Tech. So apologies and declarations of interest we'll deal with. The next thing we'll do is the notice of motion that's in the agenda by Councillor Radich. Would you like to move, Matty?
I'll move that.
Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you. If not, the motion lapses for want of a seconder. So I now ask Calvin. I now ask Calvin to take the floor. Is he with us? Calvin, if you could just talk to us about our workshop and about our matrix, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just to recap on the workshop that was held with elected members on Tuesday, the explanation was provided on the Unsealed Road Works Prioritisation Matrix, which has commonly been referred to as the dust matrix. So one of the things that was clarified is that the prioritisation matrix has a number of attributes that we can prioritise on. One, at the moment, the priority of council for the unsealed network being dust mitigation and dust suppression, hence it being known as the dust prioritisation. We're also able to prioritise on things such as tourism routes, NZTA subsidy funded routes, and traction sealing. So in the traction sealing program, we did a prioritisation for the 21-24 LTP and subsidy submission. This highlighted the top 3 sites needing traction sealing. However, unfortunately, with the constraints on subsidy funding, that activity was not funded for this 3-year cycle. We're still continuing to investigate other avenues of funding. However, at this stage, we're unable to complete any traction solutions.
Thank you very much. And I have spoken to most of the people in the audience and just want to reassure them again that I will continue, and I know others will, to see that this problem is reasonably way. Thank you for coming down to be with us.
May one of us speak?
No.
One is Joe.
Order? No. Thank you. Right, we will.
We see all the elections on people.
Yep, thank you.
And the press will know about it.
Yeah, good goal. Thank you.
Disgusting, guys. I haven't finished.
You should be ashamed of yourself, honestly.
Oh, thank you.
3 hours.
Order, that's enough, thank you.
No, a waste of space. Not one of them had to.
One.
It's an embarrassment.
Close the door, please. Security. Thank you. Okay, so we will now go on to mayoral announcements. Yep, big time.
If you all think you're going to get out much, you can.
Just shut
So as you're aware, and you didn't mention it, there is actually a work being done with the matrix, and there are 6 roads being looked at particularly to be a focus point, and one of that is the Parapara Road hill section.
Correct. That's what I said.
So
we're
that's
working on. Yeah.
That's actually happening, and one of our biggest risks is affordability.
Yep.
And simply allocating money like this without going through the process, I think is just irresponsible.
Thank you, John. And that's a very good point, and that's why it is that we took the decision at the workshop, and why it was that the motion wasn't successful. But as I've said to them, we'll continue working on it because it's not being ignored. In fact, Dave Kyle brought to my attention yesterday that the the hill itself's okay, but the flat part between the two bridges that needs to be addressed. Andy, if you could get someone out there to have a look, he said it's just like it's dreadful. So if we could make a note of that, please.
Your Worship, can I just highlight as well that it's important that we have workshops to understand how the road matrix
And
works,
everybody
that elected members attend, particularly if they're going to do a notice of motion that relates to that funding that they need
Point
to
of order,
understand
Your
how that
Worship, the motion was not seconded, so I don't understand why everyone
Yeah,
is
that's
getting a
right.
chance to speak. But
Your Worship,
Yep, and there'll be more.
I'd like to move apologies be accepted for Councillor Radich. I know that when I'm emotionally involved in something that I'm trying to progress, it's really hard when that doesn't get over that. So I'd like to accept apologies.
Apologies for
Councillor Radich is absent
oh, for now,
for this meeting.
but he's here.
No, he's
Well, yeah, but he'll be back.
I don't think.
But we'll accept his apology if he doesn't come back. I'm happy to do that. But most importantly, I think it is important that, as you say, that we do attend workshops when we can, because I tell you what, I learned a hell of a lot on Tuesday, and it was really invaluable. Okay.
Sorry, that caused more second to the vote.
Yeah.
sorry, Your Worship.
What was
The
Melissa saying?
apologies.
Apology for
Yeah.
Councillor.
Well, we don't know that he's not here.
Yeah, that's the key point. Councillor Radish didn't submit an apology, so therefore it's awkward for the members to.
Yeah, and just leave it. He'll be out there with the people. He will come back. He hasn't left the meeting yet. Okay, so can we go on now? So the first thing I want to do, and then is talk about the prize that we won, and then I want to give the floor to David Clendon just to talk about something that I don't know. So,
Topic of my choice.
well, no, it isn't. So, most of you will know this now, but we won this prize the other day in New Zealand, and it's the Human Resource New Zealand Future for Work Award. And I've got to say, it's a real credit to the staff involved particularly, and it gives the council a real pat on the back. And I think it's something the annual New Zealand HR Awards recognise excellence and outstanding achievement within New Zealand's HR community, human resource community. Far North District entities creating and enabling great workplaces project to ensure a hybrid operating model for staff adopted. The future of the work category recognises organisations who have evolved new ways of working following the COVID pandemic and embedded these practices into their standard operating model. As the awards ceremony on 17th of May, at the awards, we won the award, and staff involved were Jill Coyle, Scott May, Lisa Hurry, Maya Haywood, Cara Downey, Jamie Dyberg, Tanya Reid, and Ali Carnaby. So congratulations to all the staff involved directly, but to all the staff, and thank you very much. David, can we come to you, please, just to raise your issue?
Yeah, thank you. Just it's an update really. Some weeks ago we were invited by LGNZ to comment on their draft submission on the government's consultation on removing exotic forestry from the permanent register on the ETS, the emissions trading scheme. I should know what that stands for by now. Currently, it's possible to claim permanent forestry status for exotics, and essentially we're talking about pine trees. Clearly pines are not a permanent fixture. They're planted to harvest, often not particularly well managed, and over decades have been proven not to be terribly profitable for communities and not a particularly clever land use. The LGNZ submission supported the notion that exotics should come out of the permanent register. They also sought to give local governments a little bit more, I wouldn't say control, a little bit more input into where forests are planted and to provide more incentives to plant indigenous forests. And that's quite significant in the north. Potentially Tōtara forest particularly is a very lucrative commodity, if you like, a high value commodity as a hardwood. It's probably a 30 or 40 year return, whereas pine you might get a return within 20. But things like hemp and manuka can can provide a cash flow if you have sensible land use over those intervening years. You wouldn't clear fell top it in the way that you do pine. You'd selectively log it, use it for high value end uses, architecturally designed house building, furnishings, high value, low volume rather than pine, which is the exact opposite. So given all of that, I did, on behalf of Councillor Wright, in support of the LGNZ submission, and simply made those points that pine forest has really no place in the definition of Indigenous forestry in New Zealand. That the Indigenous forest does have potential to return a much better return to landholders, land users, not least of all Maori landowners, and obviously has a much higher carbon absorption because you can harvest something like tōpara while retaining the canopy. So the undergrowth, the ecosystem that lives within it, the bird life, the plant life, everything else can be sustained at the same time you're getting an economic return from the land, from that forest. So on your behalf, I did take a look at the saying we did support LGNZ, and I think it was well focused both in terms of the ecology, the economy, and not least of all in terms of the interests of land in the north.
Thank you, David. And can I just say thank you for the work and involvement you're doing on it? We appreciate it. So you want to comment?
Yeah, publicly voiced my opposition to that. Pine forests do sequester carbon faster than any other fast-growing tree, fast-growing hardwood as well. And yes, you do harvest it. I'm also aware that for Maori, this could cost them billions of dollars because of the funding that they're actually getting through the ETS scheme. And I think you'll see a big backlash. I can understand my colleague here, and I'm certainly one that would like to see carbon sequestered, but everything that you spoke about in terms of tōtara, which I have got plantations of tōtara, so everybody knows, and they will take 50 or more years to equal what pine forest can do in its rotation.
You'll be a young man by then.
Yeah, I'm sure. So it's not for my generation, it's for others, and I think the government should look at that by making ETS, indigenous forests, and allowing landowners to claim on that, and that's probably a better approach. So
right. I'm sure David will take that on board, and I'm sure you and he will talk more. Right, thank you. Confirmation of minutes, and I just note that Rachel has given an indication of the change, so I'll amend. I'll move the motion. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Kelly. Rachel, I think you've already given advice of the change. Do you just want to comment on it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on page 19, in reference to the Sportsfield grant that we confirmed for the 2024 long-term plan, there's a note in there asking for the CE to provide advice at the next meeting on how to ensure a consistent operational grant approach across all sporting facilities in the district. My recollection of the conversation was that it was around community facilities, not limited to sporting. So I was just wanting that updated.
Thank you.
And happy to receive that advice from the CE when he's ready or when you allow. Thank you, Your Worship.
Through Your Worship, I'd like to pass to the General Manager Strategy because Darren has got all those answers all the time.
Thanks for the pick-up, Rachel. Through you, Your Worship, had discussions with the policy team. So this is one of those historic matters that we come up on. We had discussions. We're looking to align. We don't have, I guess, work plans in the program with the 24 long-term plan. So I'm working with Roger and the strategy team to come up with that proposal with Rachel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Your Worship.
Happy to have that noted and treated in the minutes. Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Right, we come to reports of committees and resolutions on page 25. Do I have a mover, please? Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Choose either Dave or Rachel. Either or anyone wish to make comments, please. I think they're pretty straightforward, but if not, Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to note in regards to the parking bylaw that there will be a further opportunity to ensure that we capture learnings as we look to cement in the state highway parking delegation through bylaw. I know that we've picked up some gaps there and it will be an ongoing conversation, but I think it's really important that we're able to get these bylaws back in place, set a solid foundation and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dave?
Just a comment on there to draw attention to the fact that this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it does not appear to be set in concrete, and that we can revisit areas where there is noticed need or uninformed, things are not quite right. But the ability to revisit and correct or add to if need be.
All right, thank you for that. All good, otherwise I'll put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, carried. Then we come to 7.3, please. I also move the report. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Yvonne. Kelly,
I'm declaring.
yeah, I was just going to say Kelly will want to declare a conflict of interest. Thank you.
I wish to declare a potential conflict as well.
Okay.
I'm a life member of the Hospitality New Zealand, I'm a certificate holder, and I applied for special licences.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Collard. We appreciate that. Councillor Chairman, want to make comment?
Mr. Chair, so I'd like to pass an amendment to this motion. The amendment would read that point 1, this decision be deferred until such time as all councillors have been briefed on the nature, responsibilities and estimated time commitment associated with the role and given an opportunity to nominate for it, and 2, that Councillor Stratford continue as acting chairperson in the interim.
Okay, is there a seconder to that motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to second that to debate it out.
Thank you. Okay, David, do you want to give actually, no, we'll take you first, seeing it's yours, and then I'll ask Councillor Court to make comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it concerns me, but it's the process that bothers me. This is a role as chair of the district licensing committee that any councillor is eligible for, or indeed the chief exec has the opportunity, if so directed, to appoint an external commissioner or person to fill that role. In this instance, Councillor Court has held the role for, I think, 9 years. Councillor Stratford, I think, has been deputy for some 4 years. So nobody's been bothered. I was very surprised to see this item on the agenda. I had no idea that Councillor Court had resigned from the position on, I think, the 27th of April, which was, three and a half weeks ago. And it just seems a very poor process to me for a position that any councillor is eligible to put their hand up for. That opportunity has not been there for people to do. It's essentially the two incumbents proposing to switch places and asking us, quite frankly, to rubber stamp that decision. I think there should have been some advice to councillors about the opportunity to stand. It may be nobody wants the task. It might be a horrible job. I actually don't know, and that is part of the problem. I don't hear this now. So I do think that it's important that we have a good, clear, transparent process, as we do with other appointments to committees. And I just simply don't think that asking us to okay this arrangement is satisfactory. And I think there's no particular time constraint. We have an experienced deputy who's able and willing to step into the acting chair role in the interim. And I think we should take a week or two perhaps to give others an opportunity to indicate an interest in the role.
Okay, have we got the amendment on the board?
I didn't catch all of that.
Could we just get the amendment again, please?
I'm sorry, could I email it to you perhaps?
In the chat?
Oh, in the chat. No, I'm not logged in. Yeah.
Yes.
Essentially, it says we want information about the role and to have.
In the meantime, you're supporting Kelly as the acting.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But you want information so you can have further discussion before we make the final decision.
That's just a practical thing. I mean, that's accommodated in the standard practice. The deputy steps up when the chair, for whatever reason, is no longer available.
Thank you very much. I'll take Rachel and then Belinda. Do you wish to make comment, Rachel?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a
And then
couple
I'll take
questions as well. Thank you, Your Worship. I absolutely hear what Councillor Clendon is saying, and I think when I reflect back to the beginning of this term when we made the delegations, the process that then fascinated me because there wasn't really a process of sitting down, understanding what the different roles were available, assessing each other's strengths and making that decision collectively. And I understand why that doesn't happen because of time constraints. But I also think that we do have an opportunity here we talk about being a legacy council and making sure that we're setting the incoming council up for a really good framework so that they hit the ground running on day one. So I appreciate what Councillor Clendon has raised here. I would be interested to hear some commentary as to why we couldn't do what he is suggesting. I was also intrigued and I'd like some clarity around what happens due to the date of the 9th of December, what happens through that election period with decision making for the DLC if for any reason Councillor Stratford and Councillor Court were not re-elected, for example, or chose not to stand in the election, how that decision making process occurs. Some clarity around that would be great. Thank you.
Linda.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship, for allowing me to speak to this. Although I respect what Councillor Clendon has raised, and it's a very valid point, I'd like to see some continuity through to the elections. A lot of the licenses fall in my area, and I'm well aware of the experience and expertise with Councillor Court and Councillor Stratford in this field, and have had numerous compliments from licence holders within the community and residents and ratepayers. We've currently got an appeal going, which has actually been issued with a temporary licence, a very contentious issue in Pioneer, and I would like to see some continuity to resolve the work in progress on the table at the moment.
Councillor Tepania.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I absolutely agree with the corridor that Councillor Clendon has brought into this around how we are appointing or understanding the role. I can say that even without knowing what the role entails, I do not want this role. But I wonder if this amendment can just be a bit of a slap on the hand, wake up for us to make sure that this happens the next time round, but that unless there is any elected member that does wish to actually put their head in the ring, that we can let this go through as is, because I'd hate for it to all just come back here to get essentially rubber stamped anyway, because these council processes are so bloody hoo-ha. So I wonder, unless there are any elected members who would actually, or who actually want to know the role first, or like me, know that without knowing the role they don't want it, that we could just get this over the line, but know that for next time this won't be tolerated. I don't know.
Your Worship, I think it may be helpful. I think what Councillor Tepeni has just suggested there is very helpful, I think. The question is, if there's an acting arrangement till December, I think that makes a lot of sense. It provides continuity. This is in effect a swapping over of existing members of the committee, chair and deputy chair. The question is whether we then brief the new council post-election ahead of any further elections to this appointments to this district licensing committee. So it's a timing issue. If it doesn't make sense to do the briefing now, if that has no effect in terms of membership or chairmanship ongoing of the committee, then my recommendation would be that council looks at the acting arrangement as proposed, and then a full briefing before any re-election or reappointment of members to the district licensing committee.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Worship, I was counting the months just with my fingers. Only 4 months. 4 months.
John.
Chair, I hear all the comments. I actually agree with my colleague, Mr. Clendon, Councillor Clendon. Where I'm in the dark is it's been thrown at us and I don't know the full ramifications of all this and what risk we might be facing. I understand that as Member Warner's pointed out, there is a continuity which would be nice to have, and also know it's only till December. But I wouldn't mind having a comment from the Deputy Mayor on this, to perhaps bring some issues online. just to bring some light into some of those questions that I have.
Right, Councillor Cordon, Deputy Mayor, I'm conscious of the fact that you're conflicted because you're part of it, but I think it would be helpful if you were able to make comment if you can.
Thank you, Your Worship. The role of Chair of District liquor licensing is a decision that Council makes at the start of the triennium when they appoint chairs and committees. I was appointed for, I guess at the time, because I was the only person that held the qualification. And you do actually have to be qualified to hold this position. It's not something that a councillor can just step into. It's not to say a councillor can't go and do the training and get the qualification. It's not terribly onerous, but they could do that. But I don't believe that could happen before the triennium. In terms of work commitment, it can be anything up to 20 hours a week. If you have a hearing or it's a particularly busy workload. And the reason that I have asked to step down is purely to manage health issues that my colleagues are aware of, but I don't wish to discuss any more in a public forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, so what again, let me just have a look at this. Where's the amendment? Oh, the city referred until such time to be briefed. Yeah. I mean, it seems to me that where we're at here, and when this was brought to my attention, I was supportive of Kelly to take over the role. I thought she'd had the experience and Anne was happy to suggest that. It seems to me that perhaps what might be an alternative to your amendment, I think we do need a paper on it, Dave, I agree with that, so we understand. But I'm wondering whether, given that we're coming into a new council, whether we confirm this appointment through until December, the council meet, and then at that stage, the council will be considering all their committees. It could be one, Kelly, would that be okay? Part of the reconsideration.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm not actually engaging.
No. Okay, so what I'm just asking, so this is asking you to make a comment. What I'm suggesting is that rather than that we defer this until we're briefed, I think it is important we get a brief, but also that given that there's an incoming council and who knows who's going to be where and what, whether we confirm this appointment through until December, when the council will then be considering committees and structures, and it was reconfirmed or reconsidered at that time. Would that cause you any?
Oh, it doesn't cause me any, whether it's acting or chair, but I think Dr. Dean may need to answer the question around what happens at the triennium and the what happens to the committee and the councillors
between October and December.
Yeah, and why that date is important.
Through you, Your Worship, the appointees to the District Licensing Committee are quite separate from council, election to council as such. So it's coincidentally so that Deputy Mayor and Councillor Stratford are appointed in their capacity as District Licensing Committee members, Chair and Deputy, not as elected members. So the continuity will come from an appointment through to December, at which time we then reconsider and open it up for appointments, nominations for appointment to the District Licensing Committee.
Right, David Clendon, having heard that discussion, are you still wish to proceed with your motion, or is there some way in which we can make it more?
Well, the issue of continuity comes up, but I don't see that there is a continuity problem. We have Councillor Stratford willing and available to take the acting role. She's got 4 years of experience in the role, and I'm sure is capable of filling it. Moko makes the point, Councillor Anya, that we could deal with this now and get it done and not wait, but again, This information we just heard from Dr. Dean, that's news to me. I don't think most of us knew that. This is the point, we're making decisions in an information vacuum. We have survived at least 3 council elections with Councillor Court at the helm. Obviously, there's no difficulty about rolling over through election periods. But I just really think it's not an appropriate process to have these decisions made without even informing other councillors of what's going on. It was a genuine, I had no inkling that Councillor Hall had stepped down from that role. She's got every right to do so, I'm not criticising her at all.
Because it's not a council appointment as such.
It's a long time, yeah. So, I do think that we can safely rely on Councillor Stratford to keep the ball ticking over. There are other members of the committee, obviously. I don't know how many or how they're appointed. Again, this is information we don't have. So my preference would remain to deal with it once we do know what is actually sits behind it and what the opportunities are.
Dean, can you just tell us that, is this, and maybe I misheard, is this, it's not an appointment like appointing the chair of a council committee or appointing a person, it's a separate...
It's a separate process, Your Worship. So essentially the fact that we have the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Stratford as in their current roles on the committee is coincidental.
Yeah.
It could have been anyone, and they could have been commissioners appointed from outside.
I see. So the fact that Kelly and Anne, Chair and Deputy Chair, can council change that at any time? I mean, if, for example, it was you and me rather than them, council can still make that decision at any time?
Yes, Your Worship. So the idea of this report is to bring about that change with council endorsement, and because it involves existing members, it makes it a little easier. If one of the council elected members were to step down, that leaves a vacancy, and then we would of necessity have to go out and seek nominations or for appointments from anyone.
Which is still be a council.
It could be a councillor, it could be anyone.
So Mr. Mayor, just respond to that through the chair. That is what has happened. A sitting member, the chair, has stepped down. She has resigned the position. There is a vacancy currently filled by the deputy as acting chair. There is a vacancy existing.
James, through your worship, can I?
Yeah, of course.
If you go back to what the legislation says, the district licensing committee, normally the council must identify people who have the relevant skills, but without, as Councillor Collard just touched on, without being seen as having an interest, a budgeted member of the public in the hospitality industry. So I've seen committees that are not council members, and I've seen committees that are council members. Typically, one committee that I'm aware of, the chair was external, they dealt with everything, and it was a bit like an external commissioner for RMA, the Council of Appointed Commissioner. It's very similar. So the issue that I understand from Councillor Cleandon is if council are comfortable with, because you still need either a chair or an acting, there's no other way around that. So if council is comfortable, I think the message I'm picking up as staff is that if one of these external committees, because it's not a committee of council, if one of these external committees, a vacancy arises, you wish that to be notified to the councillors so that there is an opportunity for further input and the makeup of that, whether it is council or non-council. Am I hearing that right? In which case, if that's the case, your worship, staff could do that. Relatively simple.
And can I just make a point?
Councillor Court has just posted for clarity that she has not resigned.
Correct.
And in this document in front of me, it says Councillor Court has resigned from a position of chairperson.
Of chairperson. Yes, so hang on, just let's get it clear. There is no vacancy on the licensing commission. We still have Kelly on it and we still have Anne on it. There is no vacancy. What has happened is that there is Anne was the chair and she stood down as chair, but she's still on the licensing commission. Similarly, Kelly was the deputy chair, and now Anne's recommended that she be the chair, but there's no vacancy on the licensing commission itself. It's merely a matter of who's the chair and who's the deputy chair. So that's quite a different issue from us having a vacancy as such. And so what we're looking to achieve here is just a replacement as the chair for Anne, and Kelly's looking to step up and Anne's looking to step down one rank. So there's no vacancy as such. But I just wonder, David, and you make a good point, that perhaps if we could confirm this, but also ask for a paper on how the process works.
I'd be interested to know too, I don't know how many people sit on this committee. Presumably any of those committee members can put their hand up to the deputy chair or chair role. Has that process occurred? Has that opportunity been given? Or is this just a private arrangement that we're deciding on? I mean, it's a genuine question.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is there, when you talk about licensing commission, is it 1 or 5 people?
There's normally three. Normally three. You can have a panel of members that can be more than 3. Typically, councils do have more. Uncontested can be dealt with on the chair on the papers. Normally what happens is the committee should meet every either 3 or 6 months just to discuss general licensing matters, but it is not compared to a normal committee of council, it is more like the RMA. They meet as needed.
So I'm just wondering, because otherwise we'll sit around and talk about this for the next 3 hours, and we don't need to do that. I'm just wondering whether we do 2 things that we continue on, because can I just ask this question? If the incoming council in October or November or December decided that they want to change the members of the licensing commission, have they the authority to do that?
Yes.
They do, Your Worship. The process is this: once the elections have been held and we know who is on council,
yes,
then the idea of providing further continuity beyond December of a license committee with new district licensing committee with new membership, that would then be addressed at that time
by the council.
So this is to provide continuity through the a period of uncertainty with the election, and ensure that district licensing can still, alcohol licenses can be issued through to December, and then beyond December, we'd be dealing, the new council would be considering that.
So it seems to me, this is my view, and this is likely how I will vote, is that we continue with this because it doesn't put a timeline on, but also that we ask for a paper on how the appointment process works, so that and particularly as much for the incoming council as for the outgoing council. And that then still leaves Kelly and Anne in place, but it also means that we're better informed as things move forward beyond the election, and the incoming councils can be aware of it. Did I see your pen up, or Rachel?
Oh, I stand with us, thank you, Michelle.
Right. So could I suggest, David, that rather than have the word deferred there, that we alter that to something along the lines that we ask the staff to bring us a paper on how this process works. And in the meantime, we confirm this because it can be changed at any time by the incoming.
Yeah, I'd amend my amendment then to say that decision be made subject to, or the motion be passed subject to all councillors getting advice within 10 working days of the correct process for future appointments to the committee.
I think that's a reasonable outcome of this discussion. Rachel, you happy to second that?
I am, Your Worship, and I just want to make a note that this conversation has been really useful for me. What I didn't understand was that the chair of this committee or commission or whatever it is a commissioner. They're not an elective member that then chairs that. Yeah, and I think that that's a really important fact.
Yeah.
And I'd like for that to be made really clear to the incoming council that you have a choice to appoint a commissioner, and there should be a process behind that. So that's been really helpful. Thank you.
For me too. I had no idea. I thought it was a councillor
yeah.
who also was the commissioner, but the commissioner can be anybody.
Yeah.
All right, so we've now got an amendment. We're going to confirm this, but we're also going to ask for a paper to be delivered to us so that we're well informed. The amendment's been moved by David, seconded by Rachel.
Point of clarification, Your Worship, I'm just wondering if the one in that amendment actually just becomes a note to the original motion as opposed to an amendment. Just looking for some clarity, because at the moment the amendment says that Councillor Stratford
we need to alter the words. It's basically so that we confirm the resolution, but also our addition is that we get a paper telling us on how the process works. And that's to be done in the next 10 days. Can we get that wording up, please? So you can take one, that's right. Take that out as well. Take it all out, the whole lot. Yep.
And if I'm mayor, it's not likely that I'm going to continue this after December anyway.
So, no, take it all out, please. Right out. I'll give you new words.
New words, not there subject to until such time.
Decision be made, that decision be made subject until such time as, no, we don't want until such time as. We don't want until such time. And the decision, so we confirm, all we need is, and that a paper be presented by the Chief Executive for Council to advise us how the process works. Okay?
I heard that Sophina was requesting it in 10 days.
Well, yes, we can put it within 10 days, yeah. Just 10 days, can you do that in 10 days? Try.
It's coming from the same team that does resource consent.
It's time.
All right, if you make it 11 days.
It doesn't have, the one page is required, I think.
Your Worship, we'll do our best, and if we could circulate that to all elected members, would that be acceptable? If we just do it that way?
Your Worship, give us a list. I'll stand up and I'll let you do it.
Oh,
Okay.
wait,
Okay, make sure.
Okay, thank you, George. All right, so that a paper be presented on the process of appointments of commissioners. On the process of appointment of commissioners to be circulated within 10 days.
To district licensing committee.
Sorry?
To the district licensing committee.
No, to the council.
Commissioners to the
Just leave it circulated within 10 days, that's all we need. Circulated to councillors within 10 days.
I think it should say commissioners to the DLC, so it's not mixed up with Mayorals.
Sorry, it should say what?
Appointment of commissioners.
Oh, commissioners, I used to make it clear that we circulated related to the DLC, absolutely. The paper is in appointment of DLC commissioners. You see, yeah, that's good. All right, it's moved and seconded. It's the amendment's moved and seconded, moved by David, seconded by Rachel. I'll put the vote on that. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, carried.
Abstain.
Oh, well, yes, thank you. We've noted your interest. Thank you, Kelly. All good? And then now that becomes part of the substantial motion, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no. Carried. Congratulations, Kelly. And yes, you're,
Deliberations.
okay, thank you very much. Can we go to 7.4, please, on page 76?
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
Happy to second.
That's two happy councillors. Can we note that?
Another step closer to the reality of this project.
Move and second. Oh, folks, we'll come back to the park. We're on the 8.1. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 7.4 on page 54 is the one we're doing. I beg your pardon.
Thank you, because that's the one I seconded.
That's the one you're happy about?
Yeah.
Right. Do either or anyone want to make comment on the resolution?
I'll make a quick comment. Because it's a reserve, you'll see public reserve act of what we can consider approving and granting. Although I'm a bit puzzled why, because there's no public consultation required if the reserved land is not likely to be materially altered. From what I understand, this actually has very little effect. It doesn't affect the building either, and it is required for the building. If we need data, we need data. So for me, it's quite interesting.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Other than that, I will put the resolution on 7.4. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, carried. Now we can come to 8.1, which is on page 76. Thank you much for keeping me in line.
Deputy Winston, sorry, I'm forming a for the change. The Deputy Mayor's in favour.
Oh, right. Very good. So we're all in favour, right? Okay, do I have a mover, please?
Happy to move, Your Worship.
Thank you, Rachel. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, John. Rachel, you wish to make comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a regular report that we receive. I'd like to say happily, but I'm not sure that we receive it happily due to the timeframes that we're facing with this policy. I am really keen to understand some clarity as to why we're continuing to investigate the do nothing option, however. I thought that we clearly resolved to develop a policy, so I'd just like some clarity on that. I noticed that that was noted in the timeline twice. I'd also really like to make a note, and I know that we'll be having a workshop on this on the 6th of June, I think it is, which I am quite happy to be receiving. So we'll be having some quite robust conversations there. But part of those conversations, I hope, will be about how we enable and equitably address growth that we'll be facing over the next couple of years in absence of this policy. So I'd really like to have a really robust conversation at that workshop. But some clarity on the do nothing option would be really great. Thank you.
I don't think that do nothing is an option, given that the Three Waters, and they also signal they'll be expecting the other contribution, so that we need to do the work around it. I'd like the pace to be lifted if we can, but I received the report.
Thank you, Felicity.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, and Belinda.
And thanks for bringing this update to us. I think that now we have the date for the Three Waters reform, it's 2024. We can work back from that timeline, and I think it would be saving a lot of staff resources not to do a development contributions policy. It will be repealed, which will be made obsolete when the new entity comes in, because that will be run by an NTTA for Three Waters. So the only one that I can see that would be a good use of staff time would be the transportation, the roading, and footpaths and community infrastructure aspects. I would also expect a change to the Local Government Act to reflect development contributions changes, given the change to Three Waters as well. So the 8th of June, we're having the workshop, and I would really like to see a timeline working back from 2024 to reflect saving staff time and workload or something like that. It's probable to be repealed.
Through your worship, accepting what Councillor Foy has just said, that it's highly likely there'll be a change in the Local Government Act, and I mean all Three Waters. The approach that I've asked staff to take at the moment is effectively consider as if we were taking development contributions, so that in a way, if I use Kaitaia as an example and the Donawai subdivision, members of Andy's team, I've asked them to consider as if we had development contributions already in a pool, and then how they would utilise that pool of money to address shortcomings in our pipe capacity to enable these connections in, and then work back from that. So, in a way, we've kind of, this is an impression, I may be wrong, the council has almost deferred some of these upgrade efforts because you don't have that funding, but that is having a ripple effect back across Barnell Holdings or Kangaroo or any other developers who are wanting to do infill housing in those developments. So we're taking an approach as if we had that money, work back from it. The development contributions policy, I think, is still needed because there is a tranche of work that the Three Waters entity will pick up, which is effectively how growth is going to be enabled. This is the upgrades to our wastewater treatment plants. This is the upgrades to water treatment plants. This is whether we connect Waipapa to Kerikeri. The idea is that the more advanced we can bring those plans through in terms of being able to be implemented, the more likely it is that whatever entity ends up being created from the Three Waters reform will be in a position to be able to take those plans and implement, as opposed to the situation we have. If we don't have those plans, they will spend a lot of time trying to come up with new plans or new connections, which is going to put us on the back foot. In other words, the district on the back foot. So that's why there's two prongs. Carry on developing a policy, but in the interim, work as if we had a policy, how we'd work it from there. Thank you, councillors.
Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a brief right of reply to highlight to everybody that when we asked the DIA at the workshop when they were here last week, they made it very clear that a development contributions policy would not be repealed and that they encouraged us to continue with that work stream and for our General Manager of Strategy and Policy to reach out in terms of what that transition would look like. I'd also like to highlight that as one of the strong recommendations from the recent independent commissioned report, I guess, of the funding and financing of infrastructure in New Zealand. The second recommendation was to set a national legislative process for development contributions policy. The DIA made it really clear that we needed to work with them through that process. So I wanted to make it clear also to the public that at the moment we have nothing to indicate that a development contributions policy would be repealed. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, just briefly to agree that we shouldn't be bothering with the do-nothing approach. I think we've made a strong commitment to develop a policy, and I think we should progress that and not spend time wondering about what if we do nothing. The other thing, before we accept the report, I'd like us to correct what I sincerely hope is a typo. Currently, we have a meeting scheduled for the 8th of June 2028. And I don't think we can make that. Well, we might still be here, who knows? But yeah, there is just
how many days away is that?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, I apologise for
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Just from a community board perspective, and we have delegations for reserves. So is there any work being done around like a reserve contribution for land or money when these developers do their develop the land? So Your Worship, so what we're concerned about and interested in is if we bring back in development contributions, we still have reserve contributions, and will we still be giving land or money? We used to get money in lieu of land so that we can have an input into that. Quite often we were given absolutely useless coarse rim valleys as reserve contribution to our as well. And our reserve contribution funds are tagged to each ward, to each 3 wards, and are used to develop reserves or purchase links or other reserves. Our funds are pretty well tagged and running low because we haven't had any contributions for years. So we're just wondering where that fits in, if development contributions are reinstated and if the discussion's been had.
Roger.
Through the chair, we're going to consider reserves as well. We do usually you have an open spaces strategy that would inform that the reserves part of your development contribution, or if it's a reserves contribution as well. So we're looking at that as part of this completion.
Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to make comment? If not, I think we can just as quickly as we can get this thing through. All right, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. So we come to 8.2 on page 80. And thank you, thank you, Rachel. Now, given that this doesn't affect me, I just want to make comment. It is very important that members are careful that they don't conflict and use. So I've got to say things like notice of motion, for example, I will be very unlikely to receive any going forward. Just those sorts of things. I think there's no idea of reason why they would, but just say to everybody, just respect your fellow colleagues, that's all. And everybody's got a right to get out there and pat the babies and kiss the mothers, as I used to say, but at the same time, you've got to be careful that you don't put yourselves in a position where you can be seen to be using your current position. So far, I've got to say, my observation is you're doing very well.
Can teach us how, Your Worship.
Sorry?
No. No.
Anyway, all good, so that, is it? Oh, Dave.
Just a quick comment, Jen. I mean, I have no problem with any of this, obviously, but just for clarity, some of our members do submit regular columns to local papers, and I would see no barrier to them continuing to do that.
Of course.
There's nothing, one reading of this would imply that or not, and just for clarity, so I understand there's no barrier to that being paid for people, it's their own decision. So.
Indeed, I agree with you entirely. If there's something new, then you might, the continuity is not a problem.
Oh, yes. Referring to the same section that Councillor Clendon was looking at, just sharing that during the last election, I got called out sharing some of the FFC Facebook posts.
Oh, did
you? Yeah. So just watch out for that. And also, I have a query.
What?
We can't share council posts on our social media.
Thank you, Ken. Sorry, to clarify,
On your Instagram,
the issue is it can't be seen as council promoting a sitting member. So it just comes down to how you do it. If it's seen that council is
Promoting.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. Or we're using their intel. The other question that I had was our, similar to the column, you chair the business call on Tuesdays at 8:15.
Yeah.
I wondered if, what we will do with that from July.
Through your worship, given that the mayor has determined that he's standing down, we would be able to continue. It is not assisting the mayor in any re-election.
I mean, the elected members that join.
That's probably more challenging.
Sorry, Councillor.
Again, I hear what you say. I mean, there's no barrier to any other members coming on if they wish to. They're welcome to do so. You and Anne and you and John have been on consistently ever since the start. So, but anyone else is entitled to come on if they want to. I'll reflect on that.
Yeah, but reflect on that because that's with you probably fine, but we shouldn't be looking at promoting ourselves and being on that criminal.
Yeah.
All right, let's just see how we go with that. Of course, it could happen that I might change my mind, and then there's a problem. I've got to tell you what my wife would do. She'd use that thing there, whack me across the ear. All right, so thank you. We all okay with that? Thank you very much. I'll put the motion that is received. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
We know carried. So, can I welcome Tanya and welcome to our meeting. Lovely to have you with us. Thank you. We've just got a Do we want to proceed now with the community board reports? I think we can get through those. Is that okay? I beg your pardon?
Sorry, that's all we're on 8.3.
Oh, local government determined, I beg your pardon. It's just about time I retire. Right, I can't find the bloody thing. 8.3.
86. 142 more days.
No, it's less than that.
The countdown app is wrong.
Page 86.
Was it telling you, is it? All right, so I'll move that the council, I'll move the motion. Is there a seconder, please?
Better second.
Okay, are there any comments?
Can I just use this as an opportunity to thank Carolyn and the team for the work that they put into this, and that although cheekily that meeting put across so many amendments to Africa, but that the commission come back and signed it all off, unlike our cousins south of us, Whangarei, who's got overturned. So I'm glad that my amendment to push what Whangarei did lose, because that would have been probably extremely stressful for our staff. So I'm glad that our determination was approved.
I didn't realise Whangarei had been overturned. So what are they left with?
They've determined to split their single general ward into multiple along existing lines from the current.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, we can. I'll put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no carried. Right. We're close enough to 11 o'clock, and we'll ask our lovely young lady to come and make her presentation to us, please. Welcome. And we look forward to your dissertation, and if possible there'll be some questions.
Tēnā koutou. Well, that built some expectation up, didn't it? First of all, with the young lady, but thank you very much for that. Last time I was having dinner at the Duke with Chair, with Mayor Carter and with Blair. It was 178 days to go, so I haven't counted since then, but I look forward to celebrating every milestone to that point. But thank you. So I just wanted to offer a brief introduction. Unfortunately, you only have one of us in person today, and you have Amy joining us online. So just a brief introduction for those of you who I haven't met. I'm Tanya Burt, the General Manager of Destination at Northland Inc. And I head up the Regional Tourism Organisation, so that organisation within the organisation. And Amy, online, Amy is I've introduced her before as the most inspiring, probably a person, or has the most inspiring job in our team, but she has the least inspiring title. She's portfolio support for destination management plan. So without further ado, actually, Amy's going to take you through your presentation today, and I'll be here for a bit of Q&A and a little bit of support for Amy, actually. So she's actually our rangatira ma for destination today. So over to you, Amy.
Kia ora koutou, thank you, Tanya. I hope everybody can hear me okay. So yeah, as Tanya mentioned, I am all things destination management for Northland Inc. And I am a Northlander myself, and I come from Kaipara. So just to take you through the destination management plan before I hand back to Tanya. Hopefully that changes. So the vision for our plan is to enhance the value of our visitor experiences in collaboration with iwi, hapu and stakeholders for the benefit of our communities, businesses, the environment and our future generations. So the DMP was created in co-partnership between Te Ao Māori Sister Centennial Trust, Te Herenga Business Promotions, Northland Inc., ourselves, and Te Puni Kōkiri. Through the process, we considered immediate actions that will support our visitor experience, how this generation will reimagine the visitor industry for our next generation, Maori, Hapu and iwi aspirations for the industry, and of course it had to align with the Destination Management Guidelines 2020 that came through from MB. The development of the Destination Management Plan is also overseen by the a Leadership Advisory Group, which is made up of a number of leaders within the region. It is co-chaired by Dame Jenny Shipley and Harry Burkhart, and includes industry leaders the likes of Ricky Kernard from the Duke and Greg from Waitangi, as well as representations from DOC, councils and NZTA. Now, Tanya, did you just want to talk through some of the changes to the group in recent?
So just to reference, in the Leadership Advisory Group, as Amy mentioned, it's representative of a cross-section of industry and enablers of industry, or those with interest in industry, including agencies. The council representative, instead of having 4 representatives at one table, the process to elect the representative for councils was to go to the CE forum, and the elected representative was Sean Clark, as he held the economic development portfolio. So there will be a process to go through that again. At the moment, we don't have that council representative, so it will be a process there. Of course, Northern Inc is represented in that group. We're in between CEs. We have a wonderful acting CE born. So again, a couple of changes there. And one of our Leadership Advisory Group, Yurun Yonians, obviously sadly passed earlier this year. So a number of changes at that level, but essentially the same representation will be maintained through there.
Kia ora, thanks, Tanya. So going back to the plan and the engagement, so we went through an extensive consultation process to help inform and shape the plan, and this included regional workshops right throughout Northland, surveys, interviews, and data-driven insights and research. Some of the key headlines, and this list is, I'll just pick off some of this list, but there is a full list within the plan So some of the key headlines from this engagement were around greater environmental protection, addressing seasonality within the industry, cultural infrastructure enhancements, ensuring that Māori traditions and values were at the forefront, cohesive communication and collaboration, improved service levels, and also ensuring that there was real action and change through leadership in this plan. So out of that consultation, we developed the plan that includes 35 initial actions, and these sit across 7 overarching focus areas. I should mention that there are actually 16 focus areas within the MB suggestions, but we focused to just choose on 7. So they are around insights, so looking at data, surveys, what information that we can get from the industry and our visitors. Leadership, again, it's within our leaderships group and showing leadership within that area. Infrastructure, so this includes the likes of supporting projects through the economic action plan, building capability within the industry, so whether that's digital capability, or at the moment we're about to embark on a responsible operator program, so building capability in that space. Product development, so a whole range of different actions in there, from building our food and beverage story to education product development around the Twin Coast Discovery Highway. Environmental stewardship, so looking at climate, the predator-free 2050 movement sits under there, freedom campaign, and a few other bits and pieces. And then finally marketing, so looking at our regional marketing strategy and how we can make improvements there. Then we move into implementation. So we're currently in the implementation phase of our plan, and we have put together a working group that will support and drive the implementation of the actions. We have prioritised all our actions into immediate, what we're working on right now, medium, what we will look to in the near future, and then long-term timeframes. And each action has been assigned a lead and support entity to help drive them as well. We will ensure that the plan is reviewed regularly. That's why we haven't put a date timeline on it. So yeah.
Just a question. Members would like to know what TNDMP stands for, please.
Oh yeah, it's the Taitokoro Northland Destination Management Plan.
Right, thank you.
No problem. So the plan will be reviewed regularly, and we want to sort of review it on an annual basis to ensure that it stays relevant and evolves, especially in this environment. And in terms of funding, we have received some initial implementation funding through MB and the Strategic Asset Protection Program and Reset Recovery Fund through to December this year. So I'll now pass back to Tanya in the room, and she will talk you through a little bit more about how this applies for the Far North. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
So one thing we missed off at the beginning is that destination management was born from the international trend of over-tourism and the fact that better management was required. In Northland, we could probably say that there are only a few pockets where better management is required. We're actually more a developing region, so the destination management plan speaks of how we take that balance of better management for where those high visitation areas are. For instance, in the Bay of Islands, the areas around Tane Mahuta, Waipawa Forest, Te Rerenga Wairua, and the other one is Turakaka Poor Nights as well. So those areas require more investment, better management. The rest of the areas do require actually more development. So there is a bit of a balance required there. So this strategy is an umbrella document that will help underpin everything that comes next. For instance, we have written support letters for Tourism Infrastructure Fund applications that went through from each council, including yours this round as well, and pulling them through the umbrella of the destination management plan. There is reference, of course, Far North District is a gateway. It may be up the top rather than down the bottom, but it is a gateway for a key cruise port and airport. The structure of implementation and the way we can work together is about sharing the insights and data. So we really hope that is a successful Tourism Infrastructure Fund application for that visitor data and insights, linking existing products, networks and investment to strengthen the experience proposition. So a great example of this is how we all work together under for a new product called Aotearoa Histories, which actually brings in product across the Far North through the Mid-North at the start, which is Footprints Waipawa, Mania Footprints of Kupe, over to the Bay of Islands, Waitangi, the Duke, and tells the story of first arrivals and our Te Ao Māori connection in the Far North. That product has now gained NZQA approval and is ready to roll out. So some really exciting work linking that and working all together. And industry-led with RTO support, I must note. We're not claiming all of the costs for that one. So supporting product development is what we do. We lead it sometimes, we support it sometimes. And looking at, and that one again alleviates the effects of seasonality. So in reference to corporate professional development programs in schools, they travel outside of the peak season of summer and those long weekends. So these are ways we can really make gains there. And then continue to build and strengthen the industry capability. Amy talked about responsible tourism, which is a term that we use, that we adopted from a local expert that speaks to sustainability, regenerative principles, and just responsibility and accountability for all of that. So we prefer to say responsible tourism rather than sustainable tourism. So those are a few of the ways we can all work together in some of our focus areas for up here. Thank you, Amy.
Cool, thank you, Tanya. I'll just briefly mention the Te Unga Mai program. So Te Unga Mai is a professional development program that's been run through the regional tourism organisation New Zealand, which is the body that represents all the regional tourism organisations through New Zealand. It's significant because the first in-person wānanga was held up in at Waitangi just a couple of weeks ago, and our destination team were all attending. So we were able to provide some thought leadership and shape the event there. And in terms of economic or direct investment into the region, it was in the ballpark of around $120,000 that was brought up into the region. And it was an excellent 4 days, and really overwhelmingly positive feedback from the participants, particularly around the quality of experiences within the Bay.
And I might just add there, Amy, what Northland Inc. took the leadership on is bringing in the themes in the context of working in partnership and Te Ao Māori. So we presented on applying Te Tiriti principles to destination management and how we work in partnership. So we're able to set the scene for there were 100 RTO staff in attendance. We're able to set the scene with how we move forward on that. We'll also be presenting at the National Industry Trends Hui, we love our acronyms, Tourism Rendezvous New Zealand event that will be online next week as well. So that will be to nearly 800 industry professionals talking about how we as Northland work together in partnership. That's one of our key strengths that are emerging through this project.
Great, thank you. So that takes us to the end of the presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Dave.
Hi, Dave Collard from Kaitaia. Is there, looking at your development plan in terms of tourism and the promotion of, there seems to be a hell of a problem that we've got with available accommodation being with emergency accommodation taking up a hell of a lot of beds. I know that for a fact in Kaitaia we've never had so few beds available to the travelling public, whether they be tourists, holiday makers or business type people or just families visiting. So is there any program to look after this accommodation shortage, or are they all going to go and stay with homestays?
Yeah.
Where are they going to go?
It's a great question. I also happen to sit on the business PAIHA executive, and that topic has come up every week for months because we're now with international borders opening. We're now like, what comes next? So yeah. I can speak to an initiative there where business PAIHA are working with Hospitality New Zealand and the owners of some properties in PAIHA to talk about what that looks like. Will there be a transition, or are the landlords staying in the business that they've grown? And at the moment, there's nothing definitive in terms of seasonality. There is no seasonality in emergency housing, right? So we can't argue with the financial opportunity there. There has to be a lot of conversation on that. One of the projects within the Destination Management Plan itself is regional marketing and partnership strategy. And through that is the idea that we need to address accommodation needs, and does that change how we market our region? So no definitive answer for that one, but that will have months of conversation behind it. But it's a great thing to reference, as we don't actually know how do we say to people who got used to this steady stream of income that it would be preferable that you turn back around into this industry. So yeah, those will be sensitive conversations that will be ongoing.
Possibly the emergency accommodation offer is too good.
Yeah, there's a reference, and I could use the example of our experience in PAIHA, is the references that this housing has popped up in an area that doesn't have wraparound support services because it's not used to the types of people living in that area, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the fabric of society's changed a bit. So there needs to be some changes along with that to keep it there, or changes otherwise. So it's a big conversation that needs to happen in partnership. And again, encourage council's voice in that.
Felicity's got a follow-on question, then I'll come to David.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I wanted to thank Tanya and your team for the work that you've come. You came all the way to Kaitaia and heard what we said about Northland Inc. supporting all of Northland. So I thank you for your efforts there. So my question, my partai is around emergency housing, because I know that Rotorua Council is taking legal action against the illegal use of motels for long-term accommodation, which breaches our district plan as well. Some motels are consented for it, but my understanding is most of them aren't, including those in Paihia and in Tautaia. So I guess the question for our council is, do we want to take a stronger stance in this space? And second to that is about how the other councils are addressing Airbnbs versus consented motels. And Queenstown has rules related to Airbnbs under their district plan, and under our district plan we currently have no proposed rules to address that, and we also have no other rating policies that address that as well. And I think as elected members, do we want to have a rule under our district plan is the first question, because the staff haven't addressed that question to us under our district plan. And number two, do we want to have any other rating policies to either incentivise or disincentivise certain uses, or do we want all our motels to be emergency housing forever and only people stay in Airbnbs?
And that's a discussion that we seriously need to have, because as Tanya has said, there are financial issues. It's also just obviously housing the people, and then there's the issues of having people in a motel room for a period of years or months anyway, bringing children up. There's a whole number of issues. It's quite a significant discussion. It's certainly something that council will need to deal with, and particularly incoming council. It's seriously is an issue.
So I guess, is your response about what the other councils are doing in that space that you're aware of or not?
On the emergency housing one, no. But on the Airbnb one, there's a couple of ways. Obviously, it's referenced that when the share economy got up and running in New Zealand, there's no way to fairly capture that contribution into the industry. So there is missed opportunity there. Actually, I'll probably take a wider context answer to that and say the way we fund tourism activity and support the industry from a central perspective is broken. It's never worked. There needs to be new investigation into how we collect what could be visitor levies or what could be some type of contribution there, more from a visitor pays rather than I won't use user pays, but from a visitor pays model that will capture these types of properties and these types of commercial arrangements so that it can be captured at place as well and reinvested at place. So those are some of the conversations we had at Silvermai 2 weeks ago. We had a 3-hour funding workshop to talk about how to break and remake the system that just simply doesn't work. You also saw Amy's reference that we have funding from central government to implement this plan where we speak of 2040 and 2035 as some moments in time where we want to create change to lead towards. Our funding runs out in 2022. So we need to break and remake the system in general, and ensuring that contribution from Airbnb and the like is, so notice how I didn't used to play rugby like the mayor, but I kind of gave that pass off the housing conversation and left it there, didn't I? It's sitting out the sideline somewhere at the moment.
But you're right. Actually, it's that whole package of stuff. There's no simple answer to it, unfortunately. David, Clinton.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Tanya. And again, I would sort of echo Felicity's comments about the job you guys do, which I think is very good. The C word popped up in the presentation, cruise, which didn't have any much around it. Always controversial and certainly a management challenge rather than. I just wonder what your that's first question. What are your expectations in this coming season about? Are the cruise ships coming back in any number? Maybe it's an unanswerable question. So I'm interested a bit more about that. The other question almost puzzles me a bit. One of our unique offerings in Northland, of course, is our heritage. Waitangi does a brilliant job, both in terms of product and promotion. But I do wonder where Heritage New Zealand sits in this big score. We didn't see the mention of stakeholders there. And I just wonder what your relationship is there. You mentioned sort of Waipoa to Mania and then sort of left over to Waitangi. There's a lot in between, as you all know. I mean, Horeki, Rawani, to Waimanti, these are significant sites for our national identity. And yet they seem not to participate too much. So, yeah, two questions. One about cruise and one's where's heritage in this? Because the other point being that heritage tourism is not seasonally sensitive or weather sensitive, I think, to the same extent that, you know, fishing in the bay might be. So.
Great questions, thank you. Cruise, first of all, cruise, great question considering the timing. Finally, our government has referenced the fact that we have two ways of arriving to the country. One is by air and one is by sea. So we finally have a date for those, the maritime borders opening. We've actually been in a series of meetings since February with Maritime New Zealand policymakers and MB policymakers to talk about the opening of the borders and how that will work. And just last week, I had a meeting with our Harbour Master, Jim Lyle, and Whanok's Holdings to talk about preparing for Bay of Islands. So at the moment, we have 50 ships booked for Bay of Islands and less multiple ship cruise days, which is good because Jim says those are a bit of a juggle and it just relieves a bit of that pressure on infrastructure. We do have some social license, although some people don't like that term, so I'm going to say destination readiness conversations to have with communities. In Bay of Islands, we were growing at such a rate before COVID came along with cruise, 20%, sometimes 20% year on year compounding growth, that local communities were starting to say, this is too much. Up to 2020, we were supposed to have 90 cruise ships coming into the season, and that was just a lot. So we have to revisit those conversations, which we've started with community groups, business Paihe, focus Paihe, local iwi, hapu, marae, and operators. And we're working on a series of workshops to get Maritime New Zealand up, MB Cruise New Zealand up, to actually answer some questions about how cruise will reappear in our environment, share some data on environmental impact, share what they've done to change for the pandemic requirements. So those meetings will be coming very soon because we have to prepare for spring restart. So that's what it looks like at the moment. There are a lot of businesses that are waiting for that opportunity to come back. We just want it to come back in the right way. So that's one there. The second one on heritage, another good question. Heritage New Zealand are key stakeholders, so while they're not directly represented in the leadership advisory group, they actually do sit in our working group for the plan. And with the Aotearoa Histories education product I referenced, they're really key partners in there. While the first itinerary does not include Heritage New Zealand properties, it will. So we're working with them, with Te Waimanti and Mangungu and Pompalia in particular, to expand that itinerary to include there. I'm just lucky enough to come back from a 2-day whamila up in Kohu and went to Mangungu, and you absolutely cannot miss out those places. They are so integral to these stories. So the idea is that we've got to start somewhere. So we start here with these experiences that already have something quite well established and operate in that education space, and then we insert some more Heritage New Zealand experiences in there. So I guess in summary, our relationship with Heritage New Zealand is very good, and we're looking to the future and how do we grow that guided experience and the way that we can grow the... Notice when Amy put up the vision, we didn't define what we call visitor experiences, and we didn't define value, because over time we'll figure out what that means for everyone. For Heritage New Zealand, it does mean some more funds coming through visitors. It also means people embracing stories. So there's some intangibles there that we want to work through as well with them.
Okay, thank you very much. No other questions? Can I thank you? And Tanya, I thank Amy for coming on training. But Tanya, can I just, everyone here has complimented you. I just want to personally, you're doing a great job. And you're certainly getting around the district, you're known, and you're hearing and talking to people, which is fantastic. So we really appreciate that. Nicole Anderson incidentally put her apology in there. She's got some health issue, some bug of some sort, not COVID, it's something else that she probably had. Anyway, we just want to say thanks. We really do appreciate your presentation. The involvement with the business community across the district is fantastic. And it's great to see that happen. So thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. And take care.
Thank you, Tony.
All good. Oh, Tony, we're probably sort of looking about midday for lunch. So if you want to stay around, you're very welcome. I won't give an absolute guarantee that it'll be midday. It might be 10 past, but you'll be welcome to stay if you wish.
Kia ora, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, folks, we come now to community board updates. And so we'll go to Del for this, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our community board has still made concerns around the drainage districts. And on page 100 and 101, our points, action points there, they're in our action sheet, but we've elevated them now to the CEO office. And we really do need some answers around these issues. It's a pity Councillor Radich wasn't here because he held a meeting which I wasn't aware of last Monday. And it would be, our board has the delegation for drainage districts, and I just want to make that quite clear. So if there's any future meetings that involve staff, I know the CEOs is at that particular meeting, I would really like to know about it as manners. So just going forward.
Sure. Thank you. Yep, that'll be noted in the minutes.
Thank you very much. And now our community board actually granted Ahikara board riders $30,000 for an events trailer, which will come in handy now the events will start happening again. So that was a real plus. $22,000 to the Awanui Sports Complex for a pump or installation. $2,100 for the Antaka Thompson, which is a great for the youth to go out on these trips. Yeah, so I think that's about me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think it is important that we note in our minutes the fact that the community board in Kaitaia, the Te Hiku Community Board, do lead the drainage issues. I think it's really important, and that if there are to be meetings called, that the chair of the community board should be the first one notified. Absolutely. So we'll take a note of that, and then she, Adele in this case, can make sure that the chairs of the drainage boards are invited along.
Absolutely.
And that's also important because and there may be a reason why an elected member wants to call a meeting, but they need to consult. Absolutely. So if we can just make that note in the minutes, please. That's very important.
So all of us working together can achieve something, not against one another.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much, Adele. You've finished. I'm just going to move, and do I have a second that the reports be received? So thank you, John. Linda.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, we've had quite a bit happening since we've got up and running again post-COVID. Probably a few of the exciting things would be the Kirikiri domain, the new management plan happening there with the PGE funding. Has given a massive boost to the community, and the playground from the Kirikiri domain is going to be relocated to the Totara Hall Reserve. Totara community have a really good community plan with some great aspirations and really enthusiastic people, so it's great to be able to provide that facility and upcycling it to the community. We also supported actually up to 2 trainees for the Tucker Thompson towards their participation for their experience costs. This has proven to be a really successful journey for the young people who participate. Number of funding applications. One that we did fund a substantial amount of money to, $20,000 for the Russell Tennis Club. This also was a very enthusiastic group of people who are turning the Russell Tennis Club into more of a community hub. So it will have a more focus on a mixed use within the club for the community and provide a needed facility for a meeting room or small function room. So that's quite exciting to be able to suspend immediately. We've also funded $10,000 to the Kaukau community to further develop their community development plans so that we can have some, better direction around what we're funding and what the community actually wants there. So that's something else which is an exciting piece of work in progress. Annually, the staff request, Dean's Department request full reports on usage and financial information on an annual basis. And I'd just like to acknowledge that for the first time ever, staff have actually acknowledged our volunteers and our hall committees by thanking them for the information that they put in. It might seem something trivial, but to our communities and our volunteers, it's really important to be acknowledged. So it was noted that they did receive formal acknowledgement and thanks for that.
That's good.
Trees, well, we won't go there with trees. It's been a really contentious thing at our board level over the last month. But a redwood report on the kitty redwood trees has been done for the 6 trees that were removed.
On what trees?
Kitty redwood trees.
What are they?
And that will be coming to our next meeting, so we look forward to receiving the outcome from that report. The Moreton Bay Fig and Russell, it's another a treasure that we are looking at and going to incorporate. Now, it is in the notable tree register, but we will be addressing the issues around the Moreton Bay Fig and the health of it. And when we do our Russell placemaking project along the Strand, which we have started some design work on. Whānau Road, reserve encroachments. Reserve encroachments were always going to be a growing issue as the area grows and people start exploring their backyards. We had a very contentious issue in Whānau Road with the encroachment on the reserve, and I just want to acknowledge, I may have mentioned it in the last report, but the excellent job done by staff addressing, particularly thoroughly addressing the historical and legacy issues in relation to the whole area of the site, not just the particular site in question. Fabulous job done there, which could be used as a model to look at how we actually address encroachment issues in other reserves and other areas. And the site visit from the community board was invaluable in that decision-making process. So thanks to the staff. We've got another agenda, unconfirmed minutes in here as well. We still haven't addressed, we are in the process of addressing the road naming policy, but we do welcome that in the future. We have in the Kiwi community, we have an ongoing flood of applications over particularly private road naming, and the 3 that were passed last month were Industrial Way, Squeak Lane and Morecambe Lane. So just there was a few giggles around some of the naming, and it will be setting the scene moving forward for the feeling of these neighbourhoods and areas. So we really welcome that policy we've been asking for a long time. 10 sports clubs benefited from Sports Northland and Community Board support moving into the season. So really exciting just to be able to assist the young ones and get the sports up and running again. Of course, we just had the Country Rock Music Festival weekend. I'm not sure how successful it was. The town looked busy, but we support the shuttle bus to assist against drink driving for that event. What else have we done? Oh, another noteworthy contribution from the community board was $20,000 towards the Friends of the Williams House and Garden. They're actually establishing a permanent exhibition of artefacts in the Williams House upstairs. And the $20,000 we funded them, they've saved 20 of their own from fundraising with the second-hand books they sell in the garage libraries over summer. And with that money, they can now go for external funding to get hopefully some big amounts of money to make this museum a permanent fixture for future generations. So that's
another really exciting venture to be able to support. We welcome the Apito Bay Reserve Management Plan proposal in our agenda to get the ball rolling on that one. Hopefully this will address lots of issues that we're currently facing and that council is facing in this whole area. And finally, another thank you to staff for the addressing a lot of our historical requests for service at the community board. We're getting a lot of resolve from really outstanding issues, which is really good to see. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work being done in the background on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. It's good. Thank you for acknowledging that. That's fine. Or John, do you want to talk about Kaikoai Mayoral, or both of you, Kaikoai Community Board?
I was late to the meeting that these minutes are presenting, but we are working really well as a community board. Community board is my second favourite thing on council besides our Kaikohe Library Governance Steering Group. So it's been really great to support a lot of kaupapa across our
Don't you like us?
Our community with our boosted funding that we got through the long-term plan for community funds and for placemaking is having amazing outcomes across our communities. If I could just put that in there. Within these minutes, it's highlighted that the NTA was to have a workshop with us on kaikohe traffic calming measures. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and that will still be getting followed up. But just if I could use this as an opportunity to push the importance of the engagement, the kōrero from a community board level with the NTA, because our community board members are on the ground and know a lot more than me sitting at this level on council for sure. That is really important. So it was unfortunate that that didn't happen, but we'll be pushing to ensure it does.
Nudge the guy next to you and ask him if he can put his tennis worth in for you.
If I could just add just to that, on that point, one of the issues, actually proves that, one of the issues we have also with the footpaths and the planning, there's so much that's being planned and looked at. And so having ETA being involved in that would be great.
Excellent, thank you both for that. The other thing I would like to add is I've just had an email again, which I've circulated around about the footpaths in Opanoni. The lady's concerned about the stability. She said she saw some stuff the other day, so I just raised that.
Yeah, they're very narrow. Footpaths is one of the big issues.
It's an issue, obviously, that needs to be addressed. All right, thank you for those reports. That's very good, and look forward to your next reports. I'll put the motion that they be received. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Council action sheet. I might just leave that until Leah, who's taken shoot off for another or two. I've got a couple of items that I need to just draw to your attention and ask Andy Finch, and also there's a couple of items about appointment of non-elected members to committees for council policy and issues of supplementary agenda, and Rachel's also got a remit that she just wants to tell us about briefly. And to do so, I just need us to be aware that the reason why these haven't come through the agenda because they've popped up late today, but they are, in my view, are important for us just to have a discussion to draw to your attention as we go forward. And so I just want to just pass a resolution that we consider these three items, please. Do I have a second, please?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Any opposition? Otherwise, I'll put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Harry, thank you. Andy, I'll come to you with the three waters first, please. If you could.
Do we want to?
Pardon? I thought it was.
So council have carried a motion for these 3 items to be considered, but you might want to make a motion for debate.
Oh, okay. So we need to move the report on. John, you do that?
7.1.
Yeah, okay.
Moved and seconded.
I'm happy to second your worship.
Okay, thank you. Right, now can we go, or then we put it at the end, don't we? Right. We're in your hands, Andy.
Thank you, John. So the paper in front of you just is a confirmation of the discussion that took place in the workshop, the Better Off funding workshop last week or the week before. Staff got a steer from elected members that they would have an appetite to submit a range of projects for Better Off funding, the 8.7 million that's on offer for tranche 1. And elected members also put forward a range of questions to the DIA who were there on the day around the reform process. Those questions and sheets for the questions and for the suggested projects are in the lounge, so available for elected members to see. The first and second tranche of questions have been sent to the DIA. We've had no response back from them at this point, and we'll continue to chase that. So this paper is just really a confirmation of the outcome of the workshop to give authority for staff to keep working on a package of federal funding that will be brought to a future meeting of this council.
I'm happy to move. Do I have a second to that we continue working on Better Off funding applications?
I think I'd second it, but I'd like to comment as well.
It's already been moved. I think we've done it.
Councillor Smith.
John, way to go.
Yeah, yeah, we had the workshop, and generally, I'm just reiterating, generally there's agreement that we would look at that funding option, the Better Off funding. One of the concerns that were raised is the commitment that where it actually leaves us. And I think you said that we were assured that we wouldn't be pushed into a position where we couldn't make a comment.
Correct. We've been reassured of that by the Minister 4 times.
Yep. We also were reassured, I think Councillor Connor mentioned that we could opt out any time as well.
Unfortunately, that did get changed.
But that is a major concern. All of us just received an email concerned about 3 waters, but I will vote in support of this because it's now compulsory, and we therefore will be prudent again to look at what options we have going forward and how best spend that money. So that's what I'm agreeing to.
I think the advice we get from the staff. I mean, apart from anything else, one of the things we have to do is actually, can we do it? Have we got the resources and have we got the people with the ability? So there's all that work got to be done. It's a huge amount of work, quite honestly. Any other comment? Rachel?
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps slightly begrudgingly, I'm happy to support that we will move forward in this as next step of the process, recognising that it's not the most ideal of processes, but taking on board what Councillor Vucic has raised, especially we are where we are at the moment, so it's important that we make sure that we continue to put our ratepayers' best foot forward in the process that's available to us. I was just wanting some clarity, perhaps from Andy, though, on page 5. It talks about additionally in signing the funding agreement, Council would be agreeing under Schedule 2 to collaborate and cooperate with the DIA, including its National Transition Unit. And we heard from the DIA the other day about I think it was $1 million of resourcing to ensure that councils were assisted through that transition. I was just wanting to understand a little bit about what that process looked like to make sure that we are capturing the opportunities that we have in front of us, and making sure that our resource is not challenged, which it is on a day-to-day basis anyway, so perhaps I should say further challenged than what it is currently, and making the most of that opportunity available to us.
So through the Chair, I'll endeavour to answer that, and I don't think there is sufficient clarity for me to give you a firm response at this point. I understand the DIA have been, or the National Transition Unit have been looking for a number of times for government to release that funding. It still hasn't been released into the DIA for it to be allocated to councils, and the DIA have not yet published any criteria on how that money will be drawn down or the mechanism for doing so. I am aware that the DIA have or in the process of setting up a set of panel consultants that allows councils to draw down resources from those consultants. The point has been made to the DIA that whilst those panel consultants may well be the larger firms in terms of consultancies that operate across New Zealand, individual councils would want the ability to work outside those panel consultants to employ local consultants to get the local flavour as well. I think that message has been accepted by the DIA, so I think there will be flexibility, that we're not necessarily wedded to draw all resources from national consultants, but can use local consultants. But just to bounce back to the original question, we're not clear of the process at this point in time, and I'm happy to give you an update as that becomes available.
Andy, what might also be useful for us is to, if you can, just to me, we can get a clip of the minister's statement saying that we're not bound by the clause, and actually put that in. I can't see why DIA would object to that, because the minister made the statement. All we're doing is repeating the statement. I think it would be useful to have that in there. I know there are some councils who are considering crossing out the clause given the minister's statement that says, you know, you can't make a negative statement. I don't know that we need to go that far. I think if we put in something along the lines that we recognise the minister's statement, and we, you know, if we need to, we'll make appropriate comment or something of that nature. Just worthwhile thinking about. David.
Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, I think that we should keep awareness of 2.10 and that we need to just say there's a little cloud that sits over this entire project. But I'd be interested in the paper that staff bring forward, including just some reference to our ability to deliver, as Rachel mentioned. We know the capital program was under pressure already, simply, you know, this flood of money from PGF and all the rest of it. So I'd like to know what any projects forward from this, what effect that will have on the broader capital program. It's probably easier to say and possibly harder to do. But Andy's laughing, that's a good sign. He hasn't left the room yet. So, but I think it's important to know, yeah, what's the cost of this money as well. I mean, it seems silly to look, give horses in the mouth, but we could conceivably get to a point where it simply wouldn't be worth our while to take on this cash, frankly. If we're going to get critical LTP-based projects behind the eight ball. The other interesting question, I think, is we know we're going to get, all things being equal, 8.79 million. Do we therefore bid for $8.79 million worth, or do we go hard out and go for 15 million in the expectation they kick some off, or do we underbid? Seriously, I mean, I understand there's a possibility that the central government in their wisdom will say, well, no, we don't think that's a good idea for you to do X, Y, or Z. And ought we then to overbid, which involves more work for staff, or do we tailor our bids to hit that $8.8 million limit? I think it's a question to ask.
Through the Chair, my recommendation to council would be that they overbid to some extent, because there will be a review process undertaken by the DIA against the criteria they've set for the funding. Not sure how robustly that would be applied, but it would always be good if you want to draw down the full funding, noting that if you don't, the balance does get transferred to the second tranche in 2024. It does give you an opportunity to get the full amount this time if you want to overbid.
Good.
Thank you, Richard. And I just wanted to extend on what Councillor Clinton has brought up about ability to deliver, and it's not just in the capital workspace, which I agree with, but it's also primarily right at this time between now and 2024 is the most amount of forward planning that our council has ever done in this short amount of time. And further to that, our council will be going through the appeals process, the submissions process, the development contributions policy. It's a huge amount of work that we rely on our 3 waters experts to give us the construction information for, in order to not be subject to appeal. We need that science base, we need that infrastructure information. So I first of all wanted to highlight that. And we heard that, I think it was $1 million that they talked about in terms of our council for experts in that space to help with the transition. But I'm not sure how much experts that will provide us and what the availability of the market is, you know, to get those experts who will know about our 3 water space. So that was the first thing that I wanted to raise. 2 other things about this is, you know, we're accepting goals. We all know that. We all know that we want money for 3 waters. We all know that the government stopped funding us. You know, when I was born, essentially, 1986 I was born, and they stopped giving us money for 3 waters, and then everyone acts surprised that it's degraded over time. Well, without that investment from central government, of course it's going to degrade. Without the money, we don't have the resources, we don't have the investment. So I'm really frustrated that there hasn't been a referendum, but that's not, you know, under our control. But the other question that I had for our council is, you know, we have to do this. This is mandatory now to be part of this. Why wouldn't we take the 8.79 million if it's mandatory anyway?
Yeah, well, it's not quite, but you're right. And grab the opportunity. I mean, the thing that frustrates me, I mean, you've heard me say this a zillion times. Since 1989, governments of the day, with the National Labour, have not funded. That's why we've got an infrastructure deficit. And now we're talking about it, but nobody comes up with how the hell we're going to fund it. And until such time as we get a clear picture of how it's going to be funded, who's paying, etc., then we can put all the bureaucracy in the world in place, and it will achieve nothing. You know, I've got clean Andy, and then you.
Thank you, through you, Worship. Just add to the point that Councillor Clinton makes around capacity to deliver these projects. You'll recall one of the questions I asked Martin Smith on Crowd Infrastructure was around what his impression was about the ability to change the rules around being able to get the fund to fully pay for some projects that are currently LTP, as opposed to the rules at the moment, which are around the delta between the change in the scope or timeline. And I assume his answer was based on the fact that he's heard similar questions from other councils through the country, and he said it was definitely worth pursuing that as part of our bid. So that's another thing on the table for council to consider about whether you want to throw it as a mix of projects, some within the current LTP.
Thank you.
So through the chair, I'll just elaborate about some other conversations that are underway, particularly around the $1 million per council transition offering. If you look at the constitution of the various entities, then the entity A, which is Auckland and Northern councils, has 5 constituents, which effectively means that 5 million is coming to constituents. Sorry, it's only the councils. You have 4 constituents, which effectively means only 4 million is coming to Auckland and Northland under the transition. The other entities have significantly more participating councils, which means potentially up to 22 million will be going into those entities to support transition. So that's a debate that's underway at the moment with the DI as well, in terms of 1 million per council may not be or would not be sufficient for Northland and Auckland to pursue additional resources for transition.
All right, thank you. So we've agreed that we should continue asking you to continue on. Do I need to put the resolution? Yep. All right. So thank you for that discussion. I'll put the vote. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you for the work that you guys are doing too. It's important. Goodness knows where it will get to, but we'll wait and see. Yes.
Just to note that the Deputy Mayor's vote again.
Ah, yes. And thank you. Just noted, by the way, that the Deputy Mayor voted against us having late items on the agenda. Yeah, okay, so the next item, oh, she's not here, so we won't go to the next item. So there's two items, Auckland, that I'll ask you to lead on, and you and I have had discussions about these, and I know you've also had discussions with the Deputy Mayor about them. So perhaps if you're able to reflect, she may want to comment anyway. But this is appointment of non-elected members to committee of council policy, and also the establishment of appointment committee, Maori representation on standing committees. So Moko, I'll leave, do I need a motion to?
Megan, that first one?
Should move that we consider the appointment of non-elected members? In fact, that's what we're taking together.
You've moved the motion to consider it.
Okay, all right. So Moko, the floor is yours, and you can speak to one or both.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. This has been a year-long process actually since our meeting where we voted to establish Maori wards and also to look at iwi hapu representation on our committees. And we have finally landed in a spot where we've got a policy and an appointments committee paper in front of this council that we can get some action in this space and get it off our council action plan. There are some reasons why this has taken a while, least of all being that our wonderful Te Hono team have had a huge turnover, and we've got an amazing team working in this space now. And can I just thank Darren and Patariki Smith for my Te Ao Māori portfolio catch-ups, because they really do have huge benefits to my role as an elected member, and being able to see the inner workings of council and how we can get things over the line. And this is one of them. When we went through the process of looking at how we achieved that existing resolution of council from last year, it's been just over a full calendar year since that meeting happened. We went through a huge process of looking at the different pros and cons of how we approach this. And this didn't make it onto this meeting because of some of the fears around the cons that could come out of this, with us being so close to the elections. But we did sound all of those out within my portfolio, and we've made it very clear to iwi and hapu that obviously our committees are only established until the election, where they would cease. But what I'm happy about is that this is a policy that will finally allow it to happen during this training, during the next training, during any training, that we're actually putting this through. It goes hand in hand with the next item, which is to actually establish an appointments committee to be able to find candidates, suitable iwi and hapu representative candidates to sit on our committees for probably the last two meetings of this term. But I would like for it to happen, one, because it will be a good indication of the benefits of that for the next term if the next mayor decides to establish committees. But just for us to actually live up to, put our money where our mouths are, if I can use that metaphor, in terms of what we said we were going to do last year, these two next papers, but especially this one here, 7.2, is us living up to that. And that is extremely important for our relationships with iwi and hapu here in the Far North, knowing that 50.5% of Far Northers are of Māori descent. So I very much recommend this and hope that we get it over the line. Thank you.
If someone wants to speak for the motion?
Yes.
Yes, Kelly.
Just briefly, I'll be able to stop nagging Councillor Tepania about that item that was on our action sheet. It's no longer there. Thank you very much, Moko, for the mahi you've been doing with staff to get this paper on the agenda. And I just, I understand the work that this team have had to do, but I just wish it had been a bit faster. Yeah. And I agree. So the policy is for now, but it's also going to be for the future. But of course, it's dependent on the future council putting value on committees, which many of us do see the value in committees, and it's also about being able to appoint externals with expertise, and it applies to hapu and iwi representation, but also others in other capacities of knowledge, like some planning person perhaps.
Climate change experts.
Yeah, climate change experts, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I fully support this resolution. I don't see why we shouldn't adopt this today.
Thank you. I'll just see Councillor Court. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to make comment?
Can I just seek clarification first, Your Worship? Are we talking to 7.2, 7.3 or both?
We're doing both.
Two.
Are we only doing two?
7.2.
Okay, 7.2, Anne.
I have no comment to make in relation to 7.2. I reserve my comment for 7.3. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. John, and then...
Yeah, I have comments. I've been one that's long pushed, and you know that we have an independent member on the Assurance, Risk and Finance Committee, to have them on there. I've also been one that's pushing strongly for better representation through committees of community board, which is different than what we're talking about here. And so I do have some issues, and the issues are one is we can't overrule the Act. The Act is, so there's some wording issues. To me, it looks like it's backwards rush, to be honest. There are wording issues, and I'll give you an example of that. And that's on page 57 on the policy. And this talks about an external, well, one is it says, the policy is talking about what would be I'm just going to non-elected members. The Act allows us to do that. So why are we having a policy on that? Mind. So, but then we say, since it's non-elected members policy only, it says they're not currently elected members of council. Well, that's probably a given. But point number 2 says they're not the current employee of a council, and that is wrong. You can't overrule the Act. If it's a subcommittee, and we did have that in the previous trainings, employees are quite valuable to be on that subcommittee. So I have an issue with that one. Then we talk about the skills, these are the minimum skills. Again, the Act actually defines what the skills are, because when you're looking at committees of council, if you think about it, the biggest advantage of a committee of council is good governance. And you could actually argue that 3 wards have taken off us because we've failed to actually show better governance. And I would love to actually have, and we do have, one committee where that is the case, having subject matter experts on those committees, so that we get better governance. And that will include, obviously, since it refers later on to Maori, that will obviously include them, because there's the skills that would make some of our decisions in the whole area of Papa Maori more effective. So, not against any of that. So it's just some of these wordings which worry me. And then we get to the council consider any person to appoint to a committee should be the following. And I look at that and I'm thinking, well, without mentioning name, but our independent and deputy chair of the Assurance, Risk and Finance Committee probably doesn't qualify. And is it going to be a breach of the policy? And so these are some of the things that I'm concerned about. The principle I agree with, provided that the principle is really for better governance overall within the committee. The bit I'm very disappointed with that is we have, 100 and something happening, and to get, and this is the thing that we did say to the Future for Local Government, that what we really should be doing is getting real governance around the table in a lot of our communities of interest. That can be done within the current Act, and it can only really, and should only really be done through community boards. And empowering those community boards and giving them the power to make government decisions being delegated down from us. community boards would be the only ones that actually potentially survive. I'm 100% convinced they'll still be there in a similar form, I should say. Maybe empowered to local boards, but us as council, with the amalgamation of scale, I know Rodney have said we just will cease to, not Rodney, they're gone already. Kaitra said it will cease to exist, part of a bigger entity, and that looks like us. So getting it right and setting that future, I would love to actually see us work through all of that so that they can go on the table with a running start should the future for local government come through. I know we've got some time, and I'm not overly concerned about that because this is all going to be reviewed again shortly when the new triennium. But I really just wanted to highlight some of the what I think are inconsistencies. I'm 100%, just to reiterate, 100% external appointments on there, but they are to actually help with better governance making. We have representation because we agreed, which I voted for as well, and that is the Maori wards, and that's on the actual council table. We can, through community boards, get representation for communities and all of those members on that board. That's my comment.
Thank you very much.
Confused, are we discussing 7.2 and 7.3?
No.
We're just discussing the policy.
7.3. 7.2.
Which is the policy. Sure, okay. Yeah, no problem on principle. Just a few edits. Some of the wording I'm a bit questionable, I think. Top of page 58, we're told council considers that any person it appoints to a committee should, among other things, have competence in te reo, etc. In context, I guess it's sort of obvious that you're talking about these appointments under the Mātauranga Māori provisions, but I think that needs to be made clear, because otherwise, if you read that in isolation, it means any person appointed to any committee has to have that over, which might limit the pool dramatically. So I think there needs to be something that council considers any person that appoints under this provision or under this part of the policy or whatever, just to make it crystal clear that not every person. Similarly, maybe I'm stretching the point, but that bullet point that says these people appointed must have a minimum understand the issues facing Māori with the Tītai Tokara, which implies they must understand all of the issues facing Māori and Tītai Tokara. It's a little bit too definitive, I think. Hands up who thinks they understand all of the issues facing Māori and Tītai Tokara. I wouldn't put my hand up for that. So I think that language needs to be softened. You know, the intent is clear and I think it's good. Under page appointments process number 5, the second block of bullet points, it says when making this recommendation, committees will consider the principles of diversity and inclusion as set out in this policy. I don't know where those principles are set out in this policy. I've looked for them. Can somebody point me to them? Because I can't find them. Maybe I'm missing something, but if we say we have to consider the principles as set out, then I need to be able to read them, you know, as do the appointing people. That, right. As I say, to me, they're absent, and so it makes a bit of a mockery of the statement. Finally, a similar vein, and I am being picky here, but removal of appointed members. Council has the right to remove on the basis the appointed member is not acting in good faith. Who makes that determination about good faith? Is it because they're constantly annoying the chair, or because the rest of the committee disagrees with them on a regular basis? Seriously, you know, that's a pretty significant power. I think if you're going to have something like that, you need to define what good faith is, what you mean by that. There are probably some models, and I wonder if I didn't look, but possibly in our code of conduct, there may be some reference to what constitutes good faith. None of these are deal breakers to me, but I do think we need some attention to the wording. It's a law, it's a policy. We need to make sure it's defensible.
Thank you.
And I think that was all the bits I could find to pick so far.
I think we've got a very solid message from the Thank you, Ken. So bad with names.
Boy,
Implicity.
Okay.
Rachel's name the other day.
Thank you, Worship. Just first and foremost, I just want to say I've always supported Kiwi Haku representation, but this to me is, something that is different to Maori wards, as we all had that council meeting. And what I like about this policy is it gives recognition to skills, ability, background to our Maori ward view. What I was had a question around was application of the policy, top of page 57. C, where it says standing committees and subcommittee workshops, if the membership and workshop schedule has been approved by council resolution. And I just want to get clarity around that, because our current appointed committee member attends the ARC workshops, but the way this reads, does it mean that they're going to attend all the workshops, or like the annual plan, long-term plan? Like, what does this mean, Sammy?
Thanks, Your Worship. If I could pick Councillor Foy's points up and also just refer to one or two other points. First of all, an apology from myself and my colleagues in Democracy Services that you had a supplementary agenda. We worked really hard to try and avoid doing that. This is, I hope members will recognise, over the course of this triennium, we've got much better in that space. Second point, if I could pick up the really good points made by Councillor Vucic, and we will have a go at trying to improve what we have here. Third, very briefly, if I could, on behalf of my colleague Darren and I, thank Councillor Tepania for continuing to ensure that we didn't forget about this and that we pushed it along. Finally, I'm going to ask Caroline if she could specifically address the point which Councillor Foy raises. Caroline, could you have a go at point C on page 57?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Will, and through your worship. The workshop of committees would be the workshop of committees only, the committees to which they are appointed to. It wouldn't include the long-term plan or any council-led committees, such as the long-term plan, the annual plan, etc.
Okay, thank you for that.
And I do thank you for all of your very wise and informative comments. I will definitely be taking them all on board, and maybe it may not be in this round, but we will bring it back in a second round with your agreement. Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, I am a person that voted against the inclusion of Maori wards. However, democracy has told us that that's not the case, and I now welcome it. But we have an obligation now to make it work. So I acknowledge the commentary from my colleagues, and they need to be taken into account or answered. So I do support this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I had a second point, but I have a question to Caroline. And I think it's about the new training really, because this mainly will relate to the new training. So if we do have a committee, we will have iwi hapu representatives. I'm not sure how this relates on the committees, and then we also have Maori ward councillors who both are there to represent Te Ao Maori worldviews. What is the difference between the councillor for Maori wards and the committee specialist who is also there to represent Te Ao Maori worldviews?
So if I may, Councillor. Oh.
You go, Carol.
Sorry. No, I believe Councillor Stratford may have an answer. I'll let Councillor Stratford go first, and then I'll interject if need be.
One thing that I was going to say is our Māori ward elected councillors are there to represent the entire district. A subject matter expert, such as iwi or hapu representation at a committee, is different.
How?
If I can maybe clarify that as well.
Can Kelly answer?
Giving particular Maori input, depending on why you put them there. For example, Rotorua Lakes Council have got 2 iwi on their operation and monitoring committee strategy, and one of them is a resource management planning member, and one of them is an accountant. So they have that mātauranga Maori knowledge, but they're also coming in from their subject matter as well. And a Maori ward elected councillor, like they
is representing the district based off the Maori electoral roll.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Just if I can add to it. I think again, as I referred to before, if you look at appointment to any, as we have members, other external members, which we have tended to forget, and that's the committee board chairs on committees, and they are full members, and that's an external appointment. So I apologise for getting that actually early on. So, and they have full rights in that committee, and they are there to represent, to make decisions, not with a community board hat on. They are making decisions based on what is the best recommendation for that committee. So they come under the scope of the committee and all of the rules of the committee, and that's written in law in various places. That's actually something that you should always do. So when you're on different organisations, so what I'm saying out of that is Te Reo Maori is an important skill set that we should be looking at on our committees. So as I said, we're not against that, and they come with those skill sets so that overall the committee can make better decisions. But again, in that whole scope of that committee, so that makes a difference. So when we say representation, I get a little bit nervous because that's not really the role. It's sure they've got those skill sets, and we're looking for those because we're wanting that good skill set balance in our communities.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor's got a comment or a question?
Yes, I do have a question, Your Worship, and it relates to whether there has been an independent assessment against the Bill of Rights in writing this policy, because I note that this is relation to appointment to committees. This is not 7.3, which is quite different. This is appointments to committees. So it talks at the top of page 58 that the person should, as a minimum, be competent in Te Reo Maori, verbal and written. And I think that would automatically exclude a large percentage of the population from being considered. And I'll give you some examples. What if I wanted to appoint someone from the disability sector who was competent in New Zealand Sign Language, but was not competent in Te Reo? What if we wanted to appoint someone who was a specialist in helping us with a development contribution policy, or understand climate change, any of the future directions of local government? And so I'm just concerned that this might be automatically excluding a large percentage of the public who are not proficient in Te Reo. So that is why I'm asking if we considered assessment against the New Zealand Bill of Rights, which prevents discrimination on any grounds. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, when you look at the heading and similar to what was saying, appointment of non-elected members, which includes our community board, appointed members to committees or council. I'm just wondering, given the context and the wording that was done, when I try and reconcile this, for example, on page 58, where it says council can say any person appointed to the committee should have the minimum of, and it talks about what the Deputy Mayor was saying in there, which is very specific to the Maori skill set. And I'm just wondering if this is where the confusion is, because I'm looking at it saying, if you've got a policy and you're talking about non-elected members, it shouldn't be wide-ranging and consider everything. If we're looking at appointment of the Maori skill set, so we get a better balance, then what you're looking at, this is reasonable that we're looking at those skill set.
So
I'm just wondering if we just maybe a simple points of clarification somewhere, what we're trying to do here.
Carter, those are just guidelines that says should, not must.
I'll ask Caroline to comment because she may well be able to help us.
Thank you. I think to Councillor Clendon's point, it's a follow-on from the Mataranga Maori section that anybody that they appoint with to bring that Mataranga Maori worldview to the table should be conversant in te reo. It doesn't apply to any or all other. Doesn't apply to all other members who are appointed for different levels of expertise. So I think what we can do there in the policy is just make that clear that that relates to those appointed members who are bringing the Motarangi Maori worldview to the particular committee. Would that satisfy everybody?
That's exactly what
Good. Yeah, you've hit it on the button.
I will do.
Right.
Yeah, that's great. But I also have a response to the point raised about human rights, if I may.
Good way, yeah.
Talked about. In 2010, there was a report commissioned by the human rights around Māori representation and the lack thereof at both a participation and representative level. So we do have a Disability Action Group committee, and we have, not committee, group. We have myself that attends those meetings as the delegate from council, and we have a community board member from each community board that attend that. And on that note, I do need to remember to do a report back at the next council meeting from DAG, please. But yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Clarify that.
Could I ask Caroline
a final comment, I think?
I brought up the issue of the principles of diversity and inclusion as set out in this policy. Am I missing it? Are they there?
I think I don't think they're there. I'm sorry.
Caroline, that there is no specific heading for that. They are implicit within the paper. Is that the case?
That's that is correct, that they are meant to be implied. But again, I guess to Councillor Clendon's point, maybe there needs to be some specificity about what inclusion and diversity means, or whether councillors are comfortable that they're clear on those principles in general.
I think, given the discussion, it might be this little area that you want to do some work on by the sound of it.
Okay, sure.
All right, all good. Well, I think we've had a very good, robust discussion. And so we'll put the 7.2. Yep, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. It's carried. Okay, thank you. Now, we're at 12:25, which we've got a choice. We can do 7.3 and then have lunch, or we can adjourn for lunch and come back to 7.3. That's the need of the meeting.
I'm hungry too.
You're hungry?
Sugar levels are so low.
I'm just very conscious of the fact that we've sort of got our minds going in this direction, but...
It will enable anybody, because after this we go into...
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
I think.
We've got a couple of things to do, but...
Can we knock it off maybe?
All right, okay. Can you hang on to your hunger? All right, Moko, we've moved it.
Better move this.
No, it hasn't been moved.
Okay, Moko, you moving?
Happy to second it. The problem is there are gaps, so I'm not sure if we can move it with gaps. Just for clarification from our governance team, perhaps.
You could move the first 2 points, perhaps.
Moko and Kelly moved.
Move to receive it.
Move to receive, yeah.
No, they've moved, sorry, the other one.
Oh, the other report, okay. Right. Well, we'll discuss the gaps. We'll move it with gaps as it is, and then we'll discuss the gaps. Okay, so we've got Moko and Rachel have done that. Moko, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Carter. So this paper here is to enable the policy, to enact the policy that we just passed. So thank you for the support for that policy. what I know there will be concerns around is the fact that we are so close to the elections, and what does this mean on the ground for enabling Māori participation in the decision making of our committees. This is something that we did discuss in depth over a number of Te Ao Māori portfolio catch-ups, and also with iwi and hapu leaders, and the response that we got from them was just make it happen. Make it happen. If you see the merits of having that voice at the table with you, then that's up to you to enable it and to make it happen. So that's what this appointments committee is seeking to do. I know that there are concerns about the relationship status that we'll have with iwi and hapu, knowing that at election time all committees are dissolved. So these will be very short-term roles. But one thing that we've been very open about is the fact that these roles will be short-term. So it's, I think by having that clear communication from the get-go, from the outset, around what we're trying to do, why we're trying to do it, but also the fact that come election time, our committees are dissolved, and we'll wait and see what happens after the elections. That does decrease the concerns in that space, and we've kind of ground truth that with some of our iwi and hapu leaders, and they're very happy in that space too. So this enables the policy that we just passed. It is recommended in the report that the Te Ao Māori portfolio holder is the chairperson of this appointments committee. Of course, the appointments committee themselves would make that vote at their first meeting, but I would like to put my own name forward to be a member on this appointments committee, of course.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm in support of it. I know there are concerns around the time, but I think that we can mitigate those concerns with continued clear communication in this space. And I look forward to us seeing where we could get to with this. We also have it already budgeted for, thanks to Councillor Strickland.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Anne Court wants to make comment.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd like to acknowledge the time that Councillor gave me on the phone the other night to talk me through how they had supported this through his Te Ao Māori portfolio. So I really do need to acknowledge that up front. My concern at the time, and my concern remains today, that it is now May the 19th. I'm not sure how long it will take for the positions to be advertised, for the interviews to be undertaken, for the appointments to be made. My best guess is that the appointees would be able to attend a maximum of 2 committees before they were disbanded. And we all know how long it takes people to get their feet under the table before they can confidently contribute to decision making. That's not to say that there are not some people out there who will get it a lot faster. And I worried about the message it would send that we go to this, all through this process to appoint someone to the committee, only to kick them for touch in October. There are some committees that transgress their triennium, such as civils, but I'm very concerned. I'm not going to oppose it, but I just wish to say that I remain very concerned that there's no guarantee there will be committee. The power to have committees resides in the mayor. So you may well have a mayor on the 9th of October who has no committee structure. So I just think that the potential there, if it's not very carefully managed, be extremely damaging. That's a point. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. David.
Thank you. Yeah, initially, I have to say I found this motion slightly ambiguous. I wasn't quite sure if we're going to vote on establishing an appointments committee prior to the election, or actually endeavour to get some people on the ground prior to that. And it's obviously the latter, that's fine.
That's right.
But the wording wasn't pertinent. I share the concerns. It is likely these folk will only see 2 meetings. The incoming council might choose to have 1 committee or 5 or 7.
Or none.
It'll be or none. It'll be. That's important. Just to labour the point of it. It is important that the people understand that when they take the roles on. There's no reflection on them, and it might be the shortest appointments ever. But so be it. I mean, I'm not going to block that. We've heard from Rockville, he's going to charge on and get it done, and good on him. Thank you. Wish I had half your energy, and that's a good thing. I do have concerns about the proposition that there be 3 members of this appointments committee. The committee, it suggests, will have the power to actually appoint to the established committees. We have 4 committees, each of those has a chair. It means the chairs of those committees may have no input at all into who comes onto their committee. And I think that's possibly unfortunate. I'll be interested in hearing from some of the chairs their views on that. I would think to have clearly the portfolio holder for Te Ao Māori, and maybe the chairs of committees would be a more appropriate appointments group, given that we've put them into those positions of some authority and a lot more responsibility, and that just gives them a bit of an overview. I'm not sure otherwise how you'd select those other 2 people, whether it's who, I don't know. But it does concern me a little that this appointments committee not only recommends, but actually will appoint. And I do think that the committee's chairs should have some involvement in that. So I've encouraged a group of 5, the holder of portfolio and the 4 committee chairs. And as I say, I'd be interested to hear the chair's feedback or response to that.
Thank you.
Sorry, the only other point. In the discussion on page 61, paragraph 3, it says it is not the recommendation of staff that appointments be made to the community board committees. That seems to me to be at odds with the recommendation that they establish the committee for the purpose of enabling Māori participation on established committees and community board committees. The 2 seem to oppose one another. The recommendation says we should get appointments to community board committee, and further down we're told the staff don't recommend appointments to community board committees. So I'd be interested to know which of those is correct.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah, again, similar sort of thing. When I read this, is that again, I think it needs clarification. Establishing appointment committees for the purpose of enabling Māori participation. It seems to be very looking at a specific group, especially those that are skilled in Maori in this case. I'd be a bit worried if we're going to go and look at some of our, like our expert that we've got on the Insurance Risk and Finance Committee, and saying you will be pointing this, because we went through a very rigorous process, looked at CVs, we've got our council staff did that appointment and made a recommendation to us, and then it came through to council. So I'd like clarification of just what we're talking about here. I pick up with my colleague, Councillor Clendon, that community boards probably should be, even though I'm saying that this is where we can make the biggest impact, looking at entrepreneur and being involved in our decision making at the community board level. I think that has to come out, and the reason that has to come out is community boards are a separate entity. We shouldn't be doing that. It's their role. We only do that initial bit at the very beginning, whether we have community boards or not, and a few other things. So I would say that seriously needs to be clarified. I think there would be a strong recommendation to push and do more work about how we can, as our submission to the future for local government, how we can actually strengthen local governance directly, and how we get the representation occurring at that level. Because I think that's the solution to many of the issues we have. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Adele.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I agree with Councillor Busich in regards to his comments. And we shouldn't be really lumped in like the finance, the ARF committee and the regulatory committee. We're a separate board.
Body.
Yeah. And I mean, I just want to make one other comment. I mean, I don't know whether I should say this, but I'm going to. So we do all this work. It has been ongoing for some time. So what if the new mayor coming in decides not to have committees?
And that's a problem.
So if they get abolished, so all this work has been done for nothing.
And that's the point that Mock was saying, is that we need to make sure that whoever, if we proceed, and then we go and approach somebody, we say to them, by the way, we just want you to understand that when we have the welcoming ceremony for you, we'll also be having the advice ceremony.
Nekara, if I can respond to the community board comments that have been raised.
Yeah, of course, please do. I want to have a good discussion.
So we actually have Nekara to thank for the inclusion of community boards within this resolution, within our previous year's resolution, because his original amendment, which Councillor Stratford shaped into the resolution, looked at iwi and hapu participation on our council and community board committee. So that's why that is the hakapapa per se to the reason why community boards are included in here. I guess what I can say in that space though is that if under legislation community boards are set up differently and we don't actually have the power to do that, then whether or not community boards are mentioned in here or not doesn't actually really matter because we can't. So
well, except, sorry to interrupt you, but the one thing that would drive me is that nevertheless I would like the community boards to have a consideration and discussion about whether it's appropriate for them or not.
Absolutely.
It's not for us to tell the community boards how to run.
Yeah, well, on page 62 it does say the view of the community boards has not been sought as the government.
Sure, but again, it always occurred to me that if it were to happen, it would be at the behest of the community boards, not for us to direct.
Mr. Chair, there is an initiative that we're doing under locals and subsidiarity, which is exactly in this space.
Yeah. Felicity? Oh, and then, sorry, Rachel, that pen's a real one?
I had a question and then I had a comment. So the question was about the number of appointments, just to get clarity. So it's one appointment per committee, was my first question. Is that correct? One appointment per committee?
I can answer that, Your Worship. That's correct.
Okay, that was easy answer. So that's good. And my comment is that, and I guess it's a question as well in that context, is that being a chair of a committee, I'm not a specialist in Te Maori, I wouldn't say I bring a maturangi Maori worldview. So how am I a specialist in order to appoint someone in that role would be my question. But then if you looked at it in another context of the statement, if it was a person who was a specialist in planning, for example, infrastructure planning or engineering, etc., I would have some competencies in knowing, how useful they will be in that context. So I don't know if it was a question for staff or more for about being the chair of a committee and whether they should decide or not to be part of the appointments committee. Is that a question for staff?
Because David was suggesting the committee should have, the chair should have an input, and you're saying, well, have they got the skills?
Yes, and I would say I do on one aspect and don't in another aspect.
Excuse me.
Anyone want to comment on that? Belinda?
Where did the Tohono team fit into this? They've got the skills.
Where did it what?
Tohono team.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, Tohono.
They've got the skills, haven't they?
They'll give
Shouldn't they play
advice.
a part?
I'm quite happy to bring to Your Worship through the chair. Really good points raised. If I come back to how we employ our CEOs. It's a committee of council who selects a CEO. So by the same level of thinking, we have elected members who are looking to appoint a specific type of person to a committee. And that committee will be fully supported by Democracy Services and Te Hono. So all the advice that is needed going into those interviews, if it is an interview process, will be provided. So this is not a slap-heavy sort of process. We're just going to appoint members to a subcommittee and expect a delivery on that service. And I would just like to add, because it really sits with me at the end of the day. If we were having this discussion in July of last year, I think a lot of the concerns would be allayed. And I apologise for the lateness of where the debate lays today as we're about to enter what will be the next training in local government elections. This is something that landed on my plate, and we worked really hard with Councillor Tepanea to ensure that we get the process correct for not just this election, but future elections, should that be how we traverse. We were, and I'm sure that the CE will support this, we were held to account on Monday afternoon by the chair of the iwi Leaders Forum at the Orgase Hui, who specifically challenged us on why we hadn't implemented this resolution. He was really stubborn in this challenge, so I'll just leave that with him.
I guess what I would share is if we have a contractor who cleans our footpaths, but we've got 3 months until the contractors, there's a gap of 3 months, we always do an extension to ensure that we are still going to have someone, because we tell our residents that we're going to clean the footpaths. We don't just leave it for 3 months and say, well, the next contract's going to come online in October. We're not sure who it will be yet. So we're just going to leave the footpath overgrown until then. No, we're going to extend that contract just for those 3 months to ensure that it happens. This is us doing, that same premise, but for what we said we were going to do last year. I know that it is short, but that's the logic that I put to what we've got before us today.
Yeah.
One final comment, Mr. Chair.
Yep. One final two comments.
Can staff please check against the local government act? I think with appointment committees, one is you can't open the mayor can actually, it's his discretion to appoint a chair. That can't be taken away.
Right.
But if he doesn't want to do it, then it goes to another process. And I'm just trying to rack my brains to visually remember the actions on straight away.
Could I jump in there?
Yep.
Through your worship. It's close but not quite. This is the challenge that Michael Payne had as Mayor of Horowhenua. Very clearly the Mayor can make an appointment and the council can overrule that. Yeah, that's the opposite of that. But the key point that is probably coming up, the council can appoint someone to a committee of them that's advised post the election. So this is why an audit and risk chair or audit and risk person can continue post. They're not elected, they're appointed.
And they continue on
the business council. So when you appoint, similar to you can appoint directors of Arnold Holdings or similar, there's a subtle difference between what you're trying to do. So because they're not elected, they're not subject to the triennium electoral cycle. They are appointed as effectively advisors to the government. Well, there's a term, and that comes down to that type of appointment. But that's the subtlety of where the GM's strategy is coming from. That what the chair was looking at was how do you basically give effect to this, knowing that it is not an elected member that you're appointing. So I'd be comfortable that the council, unless George or someone wants to tell me that something I got this horribly wrong, that the council in adopting this policy is able to basically say, yes, we want to, this policy enables the previous resolution, which is to provide that wider view, and those people, when appointed, you either have the choice of terminating them at the triennium or they continue. But it is not automatic if they terminate, unlike your normal electric cycle.
I think normally it is actually automatic that if you all terminate unless otherwise stated. So that's the way around it is.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Chair, like the mayor's got the right to appoint, and if he doesn't do that, then there's another structure that goes through. But I agree that if the mayor makes an appointment, the committee can easily overturn it, and they go through a process. But I'm just a little concerned about that we're not trying to overrule the Act in terms of that, because is it, and I'm just trying to remember, is it the committee that makes appointments to its members? Because I thought it was that. So if this is the still party outside of the committee, then it may be actually trying to overrule the Act. So all I'm saying is please check all that for me. So I'll be more comfortable.
Kelly?
Oh, thank you. So just coming back to what Councillor Glendon said about who's going on the panel, as with Councillor Tepania as the portfolio holder and whoever else wants to be on that panel, I don't have any, like, as chair of regulatory and compliance, I'm not necessarily phased if I'm on that panel or not. I think that 5 people would be too many, to be honest. With support of the Te Hono team, perhaps the 3 is enough. That's my thinking around that. And I'm just really excited and kia kaha, ngā mihi nui moko for this work, and I know it's been a tough slog, especially in the last week. And thank you very much, Darren, for your comments on the Iwi Leaders Forum, the feedback that you had from that, taking that into the context, taking that into consideration for this item I'm supporting today.
Okay, look, what I'm going to do, because I think we probably need to go have a little think.
So could I just ask we'll make one other point very briefly? In fact, where I started, Aaron mentioned appointments committee for CE and other things, and that's right. To my mind, this appointments committee would be unique in having the power to appoint. All the other appointment committees recommend to typically the council. And for that reason, I would encourage a larger rather than smaller group. We could suggest that it recommends the council, but then that might knock you back another month, 6 weeks, whatever. But as a general point, that the fact that this appointments committee would have an unusual level of authority to directly appoint, to me, makes it a bit uneasy about saying only 3 people on that committee.
Maybe we should just leave it like it always is, let the mayor do it.
Just really quick, I haven't spoken, but I want to support what Councillor Glendon has raised. The question mark that I've got here is because this is an out of policy process, it's very different to how the policy would normally be applied. And so the trick is we don't have an effective job description for each of the committees. And at the moment, A is not very definitive as to where they're being appointed to either. So I'm just perhaps looking for some clarity. In principle, I'm absolutely on board with getting this done, and we were elected for 3 years to the day, and I intend on working at my job for 3 years to the day. But I'm just a little bit unsure about A at the moment because it's not clear as to where we were appointing people to.
Through His Worship, I think one way to pick up both strands of what you're saying, this committee or this selection committee effectively should be creating a pool of people who have those skills that then can be appointed to the relevant committees as it should not be a selection committee that picks people to go onto a specific subcommittee. In effect, in a way, you're trying to do 2 things at once. You should be selecting people who, using Sam's expression, are able to basically put that view across meeting whether it's Schedule 1 or the RMA, any of these other requirements. That's the first bit. Who are those people? What are their skills? And the second bit is then how the council then appoints those people to the committee. So there's a subtle variation.
Okay.
So do we need an amendment to take away the authority to make appointments, to make recommendations?
Except that then will probably considerably knock you back to
What
Monday.
I'm going to do in a minute is I'm going to adjourn for lunch because I think we just need to have a bit of a chat, chew the fat amongst
Give me the
ourselves.
That's a great idea.
3 months.
David, you want to make?
Just one comment here. We've got a very interesting position in terms of appointing people to a committee in terms of their specialist advice or whatever position it is that we're assuming. But what is unique is that we've got a very short time frame for their involvement. If they don't work out, you've got something, you can see what they're capable of. And there is a mechanism right in place to find their ass out, for want of a better word.
I just brought to my attention the fact that we just passed on the previous resolution that the person's appointed till the end of the election cycle unless we resolve otherwise. So it's just remember we did that. So I'm going to adjourn for lunch, but just before we do, I just want to, and the advice I've had, just have noted in the minutes at the appropriate place that Councillor Radic is absent because he left the meeting at whenever it was, and we just need to note his absence. That's the correct way to do it. I now declare that us adjourned for lunch, and we'll come back on Saturday at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, you've got half an hour, folks. We'll be back here at 20 past.
Oh.
have a question around the process that we use to currently appoint Bruce to our ARF committee. I'm wondering if we're overcomplicating things in this process to try and achieve what we're trying to achieve within the next 144 days, and whether or not just a bit of an explanation around that process will help us come to a decision around this.
Are we still dealing with 7.3 or 7.2?
7.3. Point 2 is passed.
Yes, because 7.3 would be a separate, through his worship. The ARC, in a way, the council sets out some pretty specific change of reference for audit and risk committee. This is not so much council discretion in terms of what it needs. It's more giving effect. Darren can add more on that, but as I understand it, this is giving effect to something that has been established more at a legislative level, or have I got that wrong?
I guess what I'm wondering is how did we find Bruce, and how did we get him onto our ARF committee? And is there anything in there that we're arguing within this that actually we don't need to argue within this?
So simply, John can help me here, that my memory serves me right, he retired from being on audit. He was available, and so I think, remember, we ran him up to my point. Was it harder than that?
Yeah. We had agreement. You rang me up and said, do you think it's a good idea to have an independent? And I said, yes, it is. And so at that point, there was an agreement essentially to have and this was John's prerogative. And then at that point, we hadn't advertised the money. So that was done through staff. So it wasn't around the table at the time, I'm not sure. And we went out and advertised, and then the selection came through. So our staff did that selection process. And we've got expertise within staff in this area as well. And then it did go through council. So the appointment was made. I don't know if the first committee set up, I think it was, which it could do, but it did go through council. I remember at the committee we made that appointment or ratified that appointment at that meeting as well. So that's how my memory serves it.
So the difference then with this current recommendation before us is that rather than A and B being done solely by staff, it will be enabling elected members to be a part of that process. And the difference with C is that eventually that independent advisor for ARF went through council. This current recommendation is that our elected members appointments committee can actually appoint to our committees. Yeah. Given the time.
Which makes it faster.
It makes it faster, but I'm not, that's why I asked to start to check the admin, because I don't know if this body can actually make an appointment onto a committee without going through that committee.
Can if we do a resolution?
Sorry. The membership of committees is actually section or clause 31 of Schedule 7 of the Local Government Act. That says a local authority may appoint or discharge any member of a committee or a subcommittee. Unless directed otherwise by the local authority, the committee may appoint or discharge any member of a subcommittee appointed by the committee. 3 is that members of a committee or subcommittee but need not be elected members of the local authority, and the local authority or committee may appoint to a committee or subcommittee a person who is not a member of the local authority or committee, if in the opinion of the local authority, the person has the skills, attributes or knowledge that will assist the work of the committee. Then it goes on to say, despite subclause 3, at least one member of a committee must be an elected member of the local authority, and an employee of the local authority acting in the course of his or her employment may not act as a member of any committee unless that committee is a subcommittee.
Does that say we can delegate that function or not?
Yes, in the first sentence.
Your delegation is in the first sentence. A local authority may appoint or discharge any member of the subcommittee unless directed otherwise by the local authority. A committee may appoint or discharge any member of a subcommittee appointed by a committee.
So all we need to do is just Moko, Rachel and Kelly. And away we go.
No, the local authority is council.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So council can appoint to any committee, subcommittee.
No, but we can appoint a subcommittee. That's what it says.
No.
Doesn't it say?
It says a committee can appoint.
Does it say a committee or subcommittee?
No, committee can appoint to a subcommittee. So for example, the art committee can create a subcommittee and make appointments to that, which is what we're looking at here.
It's the way I read that, you need a committee to appoint and not, what does it cut to the chase? If we change this to say, the appointments committee recommend to council people X, Y, Z, and we agree as a group that we will, if a council, full council is not imminent, that we do this on a quick Teams meetings. We call 10-minute or whatever it takes, Teams meeting of council, just to approve the recommendation or not, as the case may be.
So can I just clarification, George? We can't establish an appointments committee. Is that what you're telling us? Hang on, George.
No, you can establish any committee you wish to establish. So you can establish an appointments committee. That's what you wish to do.
Committee, which then can appoint people to various things. Is that correct?
No,
recommendation.
No, you can establish an appointments committee. You can the appointments committee will actually make recommendations, appoint people. You can make recommendations.
Hang on.
The establishment,
so we have an appointments committee here.
Yeah, so you can appoint an appointments committee.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Then your other committees, they can make recommendations to the other committees. The other committees will actually have to appoint their own their members. So there'll be a recommendation to those.
What does the appointments committee do?
They make recommendations.
They provide the pool of people available for these committees.
They do the correct.
Yeah. So council can't delegate that authority to the appointments committee, George, as per se.
Well, you'll be taking away the delegations from the, you already delegated to your committees that they have that power. Now you're taking away that power from them.
I understand.
But I think you said it'll be, if you did the work, then at the next committee meeting, they come along and you can then recommendation and you just make the appointment on the spot. It becomes more of a rubber stamp, but it does give the committee that opportunity and the process that we follow to go through. So I don't think it's a big issue at all.
So this bit down the bottom, C, delegates the appointments committee to the authority to make appointments to its established committees is not correct.
That'll be correct.
Pardon?
That's right.
Is
can only make recommendations to them. It can't make the appointment.
Can't make the appointment. C is incorrect.
Because it's the committees in terms of the schedule are the ones that actually make the appointments of the committees.
So what they can do is go to John and say, here, we recommend to do this, and whether his committee or not, adopt them and come back to them.
So it was exactly the same as with the appointment of Bruce, as I recall it. Bruce was actually proposed to the committee to be appointed, and then the committee actually made the selection, and the committee actually approved the appointment of Bruce onto the committee.
One assumes, George, thank you for that. That's clear as far as I'm concerned. One assumes the council could actually also make that decision.
Council has that authority because council is the overriding authority.
Council could override and say we're not having Bruce, we're having.
Correct. Council could still veto that if it wished to do so.
Can I just add in as well, in addition to the Local Government Act provisions, when this council adopted its committee structure, through the terms of reference, we've made it very clear that only the council will determine the membership of committees.
Oh, so we've already passed resolution.
Bruce is an illegal sitting member now. Did it come through council or not?
No, I think. No, Bruce.
That's what I hear.
No, that's incorrect. Bruce is validly appointed.
But you said he got appointed by ARC, not by council. Which
a previous ARC committee.
By previous ARC committee, not this one.
One back in 1872. Okay.
Could I recommend amendment C? That we delegate the appointment committee to make recommendations to council regarding appointments, and that council respond to that recommendation in at least, you know, the shortest practical time.
Yep. Yep, happy to do that. That as and when needed, we call
Cameras off, jammies on.
an urgent meeting. We call an urgent meeting by teams to consider the appointment. Get it done. And then we get the bloody thing done. Okay.
Can we just check the wording for that, because that was quite quick.
No, just write down what you like. Mate, we'll make it work. No, put chocolate for me. Bloody lovely.
Delegate the appointments committee to bring recommendations to council. To recommend to council.
Council delegate.
A wording that achieves the outcome in a legal manner. Whatever that means.
All committee, or project committee.
So council gets all that at once. It's yeah.
Instead of going four times.
My recommendation would be and that council undertakes to deal with this recommendation in a expeditious
manner.
Expeditiously.
This is your spelling test for the day.
Waiting for my sugar rush.
So C, the dark matter C. Delegate the appointment committee to make a recommendation to council to make non-amendment reference to the council committees and the council undertake to deal with this issue. Right.
Your Worship, can we touch on A, please? Because I'm really mindful that was a suggested wording that we discussed in the lunch break, but we haven't actually made it part of the motion at the moment.
We haven't made what, sorry, Rachel?
So we see in the red there,
yes,
what it was initially reading was that one or more of its established committees, and my suggestion was that we firm that up and specify our 4 committees that we're looking to appoint, so it's a lot clearer.
And as mover and seconder, we're both happy with it. So is that correct?
I see. So you're only going to appoint.
Clarified it.
You're going to appoint to 4 committees only.
Yep.
Okay. What it doesn't say is whether you can appoint 20 to the committee, and I'm sure we only want to limit it to 1.
There was one. It was one.
Yeah.
There and
We don't want to lock that in. Do we want to put one?
I don't think it matters.
Don't need to.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we need a couple of others. Appoint the following members to the appointment committee. Are we going to put Kelly and Rachel on?
Your Worship, I'm happy to have my name here.
Right, good.
If council are happy with it.
Kelly?
Yeah.
Good. All right.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, no, thank you.
For a moment here, you put instead of Rachel, I thought. Okay. All right, we all go.
Just to prolong the committee now has the authority to select their chair independently.
Yeah, the policy stipulates that, I think, Kate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't need a sheet, but you will. Right, I think we should move on. So we are right, I'm going to put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Dan? And yes or no? Opposed? Okay, thank you. Righto, so that takes us, that's 7.3 done. Now, I wanted Rachel, please, to give us some comment about it. Just briefly. Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. The day before yesterday, I circulated to the Mayor and councillors a remit that we had Councillor Tipene and myself received from the Deputy Mayor of Carterton District Council seeking for FNDC to support it in order for it to go forward to LGNZ AGM later this year. Effectively, the remit was seeking for an amendment to allow for a change for voters to change between the general roll and the Māori roll in a more frequent basis that was aligned with elections as opposed to what it currently is at 5 years. And this is something we discussed in depth through our Māori ward process. Since I circulated at Carterton District Council, we've actually received the 5 supporting votes that they need to enable it to go through. So we don't need to pass a resolution of support today unless anybody really feels that they'd like to. But I think that it's a great remit and happy to socialise it in anticipation of it coming forward to us.
I think that's all we need to do today, Rachel.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got, before we go into committee, 8.5, the council action sheet update. Sue, we're in your hands.
Sure. Take the action sheet.
I'll move. Do we have a seconder, please?
Second.
Thank you. Yep, 72 people.
Sure, Your Worship, take the report as stable, and Jim will provide any further comments as needed. Hopefully that was a quick little pass. It's probably one of the things that I picked up from the Mayor and Deputy in discussions. There are a number of items that seem to take us a little bit longer to progress through this action sheet than what may have been thought when the resolution was passed. So there is a bit of attention how we can knock some of these items off that resolution, and equally for the community board, how we get that shortened up. Anyway, any questions? Straight on college food, you're on.
Yeah. Any questions, folks? If not, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, there and staff. Appreciate that. Great. I move that we go into public.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
So carried. anything we did in committee that we're allowed to do in public, I'll move. What the hell the motion is.
Not any.
Well, yes, because it does allow whānau holdings to actually have that communication now.
Excellent. All right, well, can I say to everyone, thank you all for your participation. It's been an interesting meeting and we will follow any publicity with interest, I'm sure. And thank you all very much for your participation, both elected members and our staff. Mr. Chief Executive, thank you. Ladies, can I declare the meeting concluded? Thank you. Karakira, I beg your pardon.
Sure.
Kelly, thank you.
I just want to acknowledge that this is our first council meeting with Blair in the room, like in us face to face.
It's the second meeting, the first one.
Yeah. So welcome, Blair. And it's great to see everybody again. And thanks for the show. that was entertaining today.
Nā mihi nui. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atapai o tō tātou ariki, o ihu karaiti me te aroha me te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, amene.
Amen. Travel safely home or